Summary.
Calvin Fisher and Dawn Haworth are two young lovers separated by her evil father. Both thought the other had betrayed them. Only when she came back to Colorado to sell her father's ranch did they meet again. After 10 years, Calvin knew he was still deeply in love with her and was determined to get her back. Dawn was torn. She still loved him, but because of her secrets knew she couldn't be with him ever again. She fought her feelings for him, but he was very persistent. She had no idea that inside her father's home lay an evil secret that would put her and Calvin in great danger. Can their love be rekindled? Will all the secrets be revealed, and can he save her from the dangers that lay ahead?
Chapter 1. Removing his hat, Calvin Fisher, a cattle rancher from a small town in Colorado, wiped the sweat from his brow. The sun was scorching hot as it beat down on him. Today, of all days, the hottest day of the year, one of his cattle had damaged part of a fence. He had already lost some stock, and he would be damned if he would lose any more, so he had no choice but to fix it. The heat and the broken fence was not the only reason he was on edge. He had woken up this morning in a good mood, looking forward to riding the range on his black stallion. A beautiful beast he had the luck and privilege of catching and taming himself. He was Calvin's pride and joy, whom he named Dallas. He breathed in the fresh air as he admired the view of the Rocky Mountains by his ranch. There was nothing like the smell of the great outdoors or the sight of his cattle grazing. A sense of pride filled him when he looked around his land. After inheriting the property from his father, he turned it into a thriving cattle ranch. All his hard work had paid off, making him a very wealthy man. A call from his lifelong friend, Hank Jackson, turned his good mood into a foul one. Hank was one of those all-around good guys, full of life and laughter, willing to help anyone out who needed it. He owned the ranch several miles from Calvin's and was married with 2 sons, a third on the way. The call was to let him know that Dawn Haworth was coming home. He hadn't given her much thought over the years, at least he tried not to, and the last thing he wanted was to set eyes on her or think about her. But after that call, she was all he could think about. She was the girl that broke his heart so many years ago. Dawn's father, Frank Haworth, bought the ranch further down the road from the Fishers' ranch. Frank Haworth was a nasty piece of work. It wasn't long before people knew not to piss him off and stayed clear of him. The moment Calvin laid eyes on Dawn, he fell head over heels in love with her. She was 16, a real beauty. Short blonde hair, tiny little breasts, and long legs. It was her eyes he loved. She had these light brown eyes, with specks of green in them, so full of sparkle, and whenever he looked into them his heart melted. Her scent was intoxicating. It stirred a desire in him, making his heart pound rapidly in his chest whenever she was around. She had a sweet disposition, was kind and a little on the shy side. At first, whenever he approached her, she would keep avoiding him. But soon he won her over, and the other boys left her alone once they realized she only had eyes for him. Frank Haworth was so strict they had to sneak around behind his back. They spent every minute they could together. He loved the way her lips tasted and couldn't get enough of kissing them. They were deeply in love and made plans for the future. After finishing school, they were going to get married and start a family. It was on a warm summer night. Her father was out of town on business. In the Haworth barn, they were making out, kissing and touching each other. Things went further than should have and ended up going all the way. He knew she was a virgin, so he took his time, letting her know it would hurt the first time, and if she wanted him to stop he would. But she told him she loved and trusted him, and that this was what she wanted. He felt terrible when she let out a small cry of pain. Kissing her tenderly said he was sorry. He never wanted to cause her any pain. When the pain subsided, the pleasure for them both was amazing, deepening the love they felt for one another. After that, they made love every chance they got. It didn't matter to them that she was barely 16, he 17. They were in love and planned on being together forever. She was his true love. He was certain the love they shared would have lasted a lifetime if it weren't for her father. Little did the young lovers know how their lives were about to change when Frank Hayworth caught them in the act. Dawn and Calvin were making love in her father's barn. It was a hot and humid night. A storm was raging outside. The rain was slamming against the barn. Thunder roared as lightning struck, lighting up the sky. Frank Hayworth returned home early from a business trip, catching them. His face turned bright red. He looked like a man having a heart attack. Eyes blazing with rage, ordered Dawn inside the house, swearing and calling her a whore. He then turned his fury on Calvin. "You dirty piece of country trash. I'll make you sorry you were ever born." Locking the barn door, preventing Calvin from leaving. Taking off his belt, he gave him a brutal beating. To this day, he still had the scars to prove it. Dawn was sent away to live with an aunt in Paris, and the young lovers swore they would keep in touch. She promised him that when she knew where she was going, she would write and let him know, and they would find a way to be together. He was angry when she didn't keep her word. For 2 years he waited for a letter or a phone call, but none had come. He felt betrayed by Dawn. The love he once had for her was replaced with hurt and anger. He couldn't care less if he ever saw her again. Now she was coming home. Frank Hayworth had passed away over 4 months ago, and she hadn't come home for his funeral. That was no surprise to anyone. Dawn and her father had never been close. She was coming back to sell the ranch and take care of the old man's belongings. Calvin swore he would stay clear of her while she was here. She had betrayed him, leaving him without a second thought. He despised her. Calvin had to admit that Dawn's betrayal was the driving force behind his wanting to be successful. Thinking that maybe someday they might meet again, he would have liked to get back at her, to hurt her the way she hurt him.
It wasn't easy turning the ranch around. Old Frank Hayworth did whatever he could to get in Calvin's way. Frank hated him. Even after all these years, he had never forgiven Calvin for taking his daughter's virginity. Frank went to his grave hating him.
Well, he'd had enough of thinking about the Hayworths. The sun was going down and the work was done, so he decided to go into town for a cold beer. Chapter 2. Walking into the bar, he cursed under his breath when he saw who was behind the bar. Well, there was no turning back now. Ginger had already seen him. Taking a seat, he ordered a beer. The woman behind the bar smiled at Calvin and began her usual ritual of flirting with him. Her shockingly red hair was done up in a bun on top of her head. Wearing jeans and a halter top, a tattoo of a snake showed on her left shoulder. "Hi, Cowboy," she said as she licked her lips. "You're looking real hot tonight, in more ways than one." He had to bite his tongue in order not to tell her off. It was really getting annoying the way she kept throwing herself at him. "Hello, Ginger. You shouldn't flirt so much. People will get the wrong idea. Grab me a beer." He had made the mistake of taking her out one night. She was like someone possessed, tearing off his clothes and straddling him. It was over in minutes. He felt terrible. Though she was pretty, he didn't care for her. Not in that way. And she didn't seem to mind that he never asked her out again. Coming back over with his beer, Ginger bent over, far enough so that he could see down her top. Smiling, she touched his hand. "If you ever get lonely up in that big old house of yours, give me a call." Calvin gave a sigh of relief when a customer walked in, and she had to go serve him, saving him the trouble of turning her down once again. Feeling a friendly slap on the back, he turned around to see his friend Hank.
"Hey buddy, mind if I join you?"
Hank asked as he plopped down on the bar stool next to Calvin.
"Yeah, to sit."
"Shouldn't you be home with your pregnant wife and kids?" Hank chuckled. "I got out on good behavior." He motioned to Ginger to bring over a couple more beers. "So are you going to see Dawn when she gets back into town?" Calvin felt his muscles tightening and took a long swallow of beer before answering, "Don't plan on it." Hank saw the way Calvin tensed up. "Why not? You and she had quite the thing before she left for Paris." Setting his beer on the counter, he snapped back angrily, "Hell, Hank, that was almost 10 years ago. She left and never wrote or called. I have no interest in ever seeing that bitch again. Hank was in total shock by the way Calvin spoke with so much hate and bitterness. It was not like his friend to talk that way about anyone, much less the girl he once loved. Seeing that Calvin was not in the mood to talk about Dawn, he let the subject drop. The taste of beer seemed to sour in Calvin's mouth, so he set it down and told Hank he was tired and going home. Once home, he grabbed a beer from the fridge, took it out onto the front porch, sat down. He knew he would have to apologize to Hank for snapping at him. He didn't want to talk or think about Dawn, and he sure as hell had no intentions of going to see her. Getting into bed later, he swore he wouldn't give her a second thought. But that's not what happened. He lay in bed thinking about her, wondering what she looked like now. Did she ever think about him? Did she feel guilty about betraying him? He had questions he wanted answers to, like why hadn't she gotten in touch with him when she promised she would? He tossed and turned, unable to sleep. He had let her into his head and couldn't get her out. Calvin woke the next day with a throbbing headache. Dawn had invaded his dreams, keeping him awake most of the night. After popping a couple of aspirins and finishing his coffee, he decided to take a ride to clear his head. He needed to check on the cattle and see what the hired help was up to. Though it was early in the morning, it was another scorching hot day, so he undid the buttons on his shirt. A few hours later, he was hot and sweaty, and the light breeze did nothing to cool him down. He was on the way home when a little red sports car zoomed past him, spooking his horse Dallas. Speaking in a soothing tone, he managed to calm the horse down. The car slowed down, coming to a stop. This was Calvin's chance to give the driver a piece of his mind. Riding towards the car, he jumped off Dallas, just as the car door opened. The first thing he saw was a pair of long, slender legs wearing heels. When the woman stepped out, his eyes traveled slowly upwards. She was wearing shorts and a tank top, which showed off her amazing cleavage. His heart started beating a little faster. Her long blonde hair blew softly around her delicate face from the summer breeze. He couldn't see her eyes since she had on a pair of dark sunglasses, but the truth was he was too busy looking at other parts of her to notice her eyes. This woman was beautiful and oozing with sexuality, with an amazing body. He felt a stirring go through him as his pulse started racing. There was something familiar about her, but he wasn't sure what. He watched as she used her right hand to move the hair from her face. Her nails were painted a light shade of pink, matching her lipstick. Then he heard her speak. It was soft, and he thought SXY. "Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Are you all right?" When she had stepped out of her car and saw the cowboy walking towards her with his shirt unbuttoned, a flutter of butterflies danced in the pit of her stomach. He was tall and rugged, with dark hair. So handsome, she thought as she stared at his muscular chest and abs. Then he spoke and ruined her happy thoughts. Calvin was glad that he too was wearing dark sunglasses since his eyes kept looking at her perky breasts. He would for sure get a slap if she knew. "Look, lady, you can't be driving that fast on these roads. Where do you think you are?" he asked in a loud, gruff voice. There was something familiar about this man, but she couldn't figure out what. And she sure didn't like the way he was talking to her. "I said I was sorry. What more do you want?" Calvin felt bad about snapping at her. "Well, just slow down. Where are you going in such a hurry?" He was curious. Dawn sighed deeply, irritated that he was being so nosy. "Not that it's really any of your business, but I'm on my way home, to the Haworth Ranch." Calvin stiffened, moving closer. He felt as though someone had punched him in the stomach, knocking the wind out of him. His heart was pounding so hard in his chest that it hurt. "Dawn, is that you?" he asked, barely in a whisper. Chapter 3. Dawn removed her sunglasses so that she could get a better look at his face. He sounded so familiar. "Yes, that's me." She hesitated for a moment before saying anything else. "Do we know each other?" He removed his glasses and moved closer. Yes, it was Dawn. He'd know those eyes anywhere, though the sparkle was gone. "It's me, Calvin, or have you forgotten all about me?" he answered with a hint of anger sounding in his voice. Dawn's stomach tightens in knots. She trembled slightly as she stared at the cowboy in front of her. She had no idea he was still living here, yet here he was, tall and ruggedly handsome. After all these years, the sexual chemistry was still there, stronger than ever. She often thought of him over the years. The boy she loved, the boy she gave her heart and body to, the boy who betrayed her. He was her cowboy, and he had promised to always love her. But she was no sooner gone when he made love to another, forgetting about her, and she hated him for it. But now, standing before him, felt the hate was being replaced with desire, sexual desire. Dawn snapped out of her thoughts. "Calvin." She cleared her throat. "I can't believe it. It's really you. Gosh, it's been a long time." "Yeah, 10 years to be exact," he replied as he swallowed the lump in his throat. The tension between them was thick. Neither one knew what to say next. It was Dawn that broke the silence. "You look good, Calvin. I hardly recognize you." His eyes narrowed as he looked her over. "And you're all grown up. You filled out nicely," he said, running his tongue over his bottom lip. "And in all the right places." Dawn felt her face turning red when she saw him checking out her body, and the desire that filled his eyes. The shock of how her body was reacting from being so close to Calvin made her shudder, and the memories of their lovemaking flooded her mind. She was so in love with him back then, and a part of her still was. She regained her senses and laughed nervously. "And my braces are gone too. I should be going. It was nice seeing you again, Calvin."
It was then he noticed the diamond on her finger and felt the blood boiling in his veins. "That's some rock on your finger," he pointed to it.
For some reason, she felt guilty and couldn't look him in the eye and turned her head. Yeah, I'm getting married." Just hearing Dawn say those words turned his blood to ice. Well, what did he expect? She had been gone 10 years. It only made sense that she would be with someone, but it still bothered him. "Good for you. So where is this fiancé of yours?" She felt the heat from his body as he moved closer, causing her to back up against the car. Her head began to spin and her heart pounded as he gazed into her eyes. "He's back in Paris, working on a case. He's a lawyer." Why is he so close? What's he doing? She asked herself. Calvin placed his hands on the car, on both sides of her. She was trapped. What kind of man lets his fiancée fly halfway across the world without him? Dawn was unable to move. She was trapped between Calvin and the car. She placed her hand on his chest, preventing him from moving in closer. When she felt Calvin's rock-hard chest damp with sweat, tingles of electric awareness shot through her fingertips, right down to her inner core. Her voice sounded weak when she uttered the words, "Back up, please." "Why?" he asked, enjoying her discomfort. "There was a time when you liked it when I got close." He couldn't stop the memories from flowing through his brain. He loved her so much, and neither one could keep their hands off each other. "That was years ago. We were kids back then. I'm now getting married, so please, move away." Calvin smiled as he looked down at her hand, which was still resting on his chest, and it didn't seem like she had any intentions of moving it anytime soon. It felt good, her hand so soft as it rested on his chest. Seeing where Calvin's eyes were looking, she realized her hand was still on his chest. With her cheeks turning red, she quickly pulled it away. He took a step back. "You haven't told me why he let you come here on your own." "He didn't let me. I'm my own person. I can come and go as I please. Besides, it's none of your business anyways." She snapped at him and getting into the car drove off. She let out a deep sigh of relief as she drove away. Even after all these years apart, he still had the ability to set her body on fire. She remembered as teenagers all he had to do was flash her one of his smiles, and she would melt. And when he kissed her, she was a goner. He was an amazing Kaiser. He kissed her with such deep, intense passion. She had fallen so deeply in love with him, wanted to marry him and have his children. They spent hours talking about the future. He wanted a ranch of his own to run. She would stay home and raise the children. The sexual chemistry was so strong between them back then, and she felt it might still be. Dawn knew she would have to stay clear of Calvin. She did not want to risk losing Michael, the man she now promised to marry. The pain of seeing Calvin came crashing in on her, and she started crying. It felt as though her heart was being ripped right out of her chest. She pulled the car over to the side, crying as she thought back. When her father caught her and Calvin in the barn, he sent her away. She was never allowed to come back. She had written Calvin on many occasions, but never received a reply. Her father had said that he got a girl pregnant, skipping town to run from his responsibilities. No wonder she hadn't heard back from him. It broke her heart. Calvin had lied to her, and she felt betrayed. He said he loved her, but as soon as she was gone, he slept with another girl, and she would never be able to forget or forgive him. If she had known he was back in town, she would never have come. When her father passed away, she had put off coming home, but the lawyers and Michael insisted she needed to oversee the sale of the ranch and all the personal belongings that still sat inside the family home. It was a small ranch, though the house was a decent size. She counted her blessings that all the livestock were taken care of, so that was one chore she didn't have to deal with. Chapter 4. Calvin was not expecting Dawn to have changed as much as she had. He always thought she was pretty, but now she was all grown up into a very beautiful and SXY woman. He hadn't known it was her until she had removed her sunglasses, and he looked into her eyes. All those feelings of hate and revenge flew out of his head. Now, all he could think about were her lips, those beautiful full lips that he had once enjoyed kissing. That old familiar feeling raced throughout his entire being, that desire to take her in his arms and kiss her, to touch where he once had, to make love to her. He had wanted her years ago, and he wanted her now. It was at that moment he decided she would be his again. This time no one or anything would stop him from having what should have been his. They belonged together, and no ring on her finger could change that. Calvin knew he would find a way of winning her back. No way would he give up with one hell of a fight. Dawn unlocked the door to the home she once lived in for a short time. The smell of stale air hit her as soon as she opened the door. Looking around at all the dust that covered the floors and furniture, she frowned. The dust rose and floated up like fairy dust when she moved around. The first thing she wanted to do was open all the windows. The place needed some serious airing out. She walked from room to room opening windows. Nothing had changed over the years. Even the furniture was the same. There were no pictures of her anywhere, nothing to show that she had ever lived here, and it hurt. But it was no surprise to Dawn. Her father had disowned her when he found her with Calvin, said he no longer had a daughter. To this day, she still felt the piercing pain in her heart from his harsh words. Well, no time to mope around. It was time to get busy, she thought as she tied her hair up into a ponytail. The first thing was to do some cleaning in the rooms she would be using. The bed had to be cleaned and the sheets and blankets washed. While the bedding was in the washer, she cleaned the other 2 rooms. She worked like a dog, and when the kitchen and bathroom were finally done, she took a long and relaxing bath. She then changed into a white cotton sundress and brewed a fresh pot of coffee. Pouring herself a cup, she sat down at the kitchen table with pen and paper in hand. She made out several lists, items to be donated, what she wanted to keep, and what could be sold. 2 hours later, she stood up and stretched, trying to get the kinks out of her shoulders. Going outside, she took a big whiff of the cool, fresh air into her lungs. The sun was going down, and she liked how the cool breeze felt against her bare arms. Looking towards the barn, she found herself slowly walking over. Standing in front of the door, with her hand on the knob, she hesitated, not sure if she really wanted to go in. But she swung open the door and entered, and all the old memories and emotions came flooding back. She and Calvin had made love in this barn countless times, but the first time would forever be etched in her mind. as the best and sweetest time of her life. Neither one had the willpower to stop it. Stripping down naked, they stood in front of each other. She turned her head away to avoid looking at him. She was scared and unsure of what to do, afraid he might not like what he was seeing. But then he spoke. "You're so beautiful." She looked at him and saw him smiling. It gave her chills when she saw the look of love and desire in his eyes. She let her eyes travel down Calvin's body, her cheeks turning a shade of red, and she bit her lip. It was the first time she had ever seen a naked male's body, except in health books in school, but it was not the same as seeing one in person. She thought he was beautiful with his tanned skin and lean body. She felt her heart beating faster and became nervous when she saw what was between his legs. He must have sensed her fear, so he walked up to her, giving her a tender kiss before pulling her into his arms. Bodies touching, she felt Calvin growing hard against her thighs. Teasing her neck, his hand fondled and caressed her tiny breasts. She heard him moaning as he called out her name. She felt her own body responding, sparking the heat within her, moving down to between her legs. The throbbing began when his lips landed on hers. He was so gentle and took his time as he laid her down on a bed of straw. She gave herself willingly to him. After that, whenever they could sneak away, made love in this barn, with the moon casting a soft light through the cracks. She loved Calvin with all her heart, and cried herself to sleep every night for years after her father had caught them, sending her away. Dawn felt a pang of sadness and regret as she stared at the very spot where they had proved their love for one another. She had known he'd grow up all muscular and fit, and she was right. He was tall and gorgeous, broad shoulders and a chiseled face. The hat he wore only added to his Essex appeal. He was every bit a cowboy. Dawn jumped when she heard a voice behind her. "Brings back good memories, doesn't it?" She turned to see him standing with his back against the door, chewing on a piece of straw. Hat pulled down over his eyes. She had to admit he looked SXY. "Oh my God, Calvin, you scared me half to death." "How long have you been standing there?" Dawn asked, her voice shaking from the unexpected encounter. Her heart was pounding so hard, but she wasn't sure if it was from him scaring her, or from the way her body responded when she saw him standing there. Seeing how her cheeks turned a dark shade of pink, he chuckled. Knowing damn well what she had been thinking about, it was written all over her face. "Only a few minutes," he answered with a grin on his face. God, she had an urge to slap that grin off Calvin's face. "What are you doing here?" "I was heading into town for a bite to eat. I figured you'd have nothing to eat here yet, so I thought you might like to join me." "I'm quite capable of feeding myself," she answered in a surly voice. "I'm sure you can. There's no sense in us taking two vehicles when I'm going anyways. Come on, we can catch up." Dawn was not sure if she should go with him, but he was right. She hadn't done any shopping yet and was starving. "Well, I am hungry. Okay, I'll go with you." Chapter 5. Dawn stared out the window as Calvin drove. She had forgotten how beautiful this country was, with its mountains and rivers. He glanced over at her, and seeing she was deep in thought, he was curious. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. Dawn smiled. "Looking at this view, I wished I'd brought my camera with me. I could have taken some great shots." He remembered how she was always taking pictures and how her dream was to be a photographer. He knew she had talent. Hell, she even won several contests in school for her photos. "So, you still take pictures?" he asked.
"Yeah, you could say that."
The conversation came to a stop when they pulled into Pop's pizza joint. She looked over at Calvin and gave him a big smile. "Pizza? You remembered?" "Yes, I remember. You always loved pizza. We used to come here a lot. I gather you still love pizza." "Oh, I do. And Pop's pizza is the best anywhere. But it's been a long time since I had any. I can't believe this place is still here." She was thrilled to be back and to enjoy Pop's pizza without being scolded for eating junk food. Calvin smiled at her childlike joy. Yeah, it's here, and Pop still owns and runs the place. Dawn could smell the aroma of fresh homemade pizza, even from outside, and she inhaled deeply. Her stomach growled loudly and was sure Calvin heard it. Once inside, he ordered the pizza and a couple of beers. She was impressed that he remembered what toppings she liked. She was disappointed that Pops was off for the night. She would have loved to see him again. So tell me, Dawn, what have you been doing in Paris all these years? Dawn took a bite of her pizza before answering Calvin. Closing her eyes, she let out a soft moan of delight, enjoying the taste of cheese and sauce, along with the many toppings. It was pure heaven, she thought. He watched as she closed her eyes and put the pizza in her mouth. He became slightly aroused, wishing he was the pizza at that moment. He knew she had no idea that he was watching and what he was thinking. When she opened her eyes, she exclaimed, "Oh my God, this is so delicious." Wiping her mouth with a paper napkin, she then answered his question. After I finished school, I got a job as an assistant photographer. Calvin studied her face. He always had a way of telling when she was not happy with what she was doing. Somehow he knew she didn't enjoy her job. And now, he asked her. Avoiding his eyes, she looked down at her plate. I'm still there, as a fashion photographer. I take pictures of models. His eyes narrowed as he looked at her. But you would rather take photos of wildlife and landscapes, wouldn't you? Dawn wiped her mouth again. He couldn't help thinking how much he would have loved being the one wiping her mouth with his lips. It's a good job and pays well. Michael says I'm lucky to be working for one of the top fashion companies in Paris. I take it, Michael is the man you think you are going to marry. It was more of a statement than a question. Giving him a dirty look, answered back. I don't think I'm going to marry him. I am going to. Michael Webster, he's a criminal lawyer. She chuckled. Michael would be appalled if he saw me eating pizza and drinking beer straight out of the bottle.
Why?
Asked Calvin.
Why would he care what you eat?
Michael is a health food junkie. He's more of a champagne and salad kind of man. He would not approve of me eating pizza and drinking beer. Calvin couldn't stop himself from sneering. It sounds to me like he's boring, a real stuffed shirt. Hearing the sarcasm in his voice, she chose to ignore it. Enough about me, Calvin. Tell me what you've been up to. First, tell me why this Michael guy didn't come with you. Dawn felt the need to defend Michael. I told you, he's very busy right now and is working on a case and couldn't get away. She saw the look he gave her and angrily spat out. He will be joining me as soon as he can. He sat back in his chair. Yeah, right, he added. Your turn, are you married? Dawn asked, dreading the answer. No, he replied in a rude tone of voice. She did not understand why he sounded so angry. It was only a question. How long have you been back in town? His eyes narrowed. I never left town. He saw the look of confusion flash across her face. But I was told you left town years ago. Who the hell told you that? He snapped at her. Dawn's bottom lip trembled. My father. He told me that as soon as I was gone, you started dating several girls in town, that you got one of them pregnant, and you didn't want to accept responsibility, so you left. He felt his blood boiling over with rage. He banged his fist on the table, making Dawn jump. The others turned their heads towards them, staring. Your father was a damn liar. When he looked into her eyes, he immediately calmed down. Those eyes of hers had a way of warming his heart, of calming him down. I never left town, and I sure as hell never got anyone pregnant. If I had, do you honestly believe that I would desert a child of mine? She looked down at her hands so that he wouldn't see her eyes glistening with tears. She felt ill. All these years she thought he had betrayed her. She felt the anger and resentment building for her father. Why would he tell me that? Why do you think, Dawn? To keep us apart. Your old man hated me, and never wanted us to get back together. So he said and did everything he could to make sure that didn't happen. Seeing the tears appear in her eyes upset him. He didn't like seeing her in pain, and he sure as hell didn't want to make her cry. I tried to find out where you were living. I knew it was somewhere in Paris. Your father wouldn't tell me anything. You have to believe me, Dawn. I do believe you, she said. Standing up, she rushed outside. Calvin was right on her heels. She stopped by his truck, leaning against it, looked up at him. Sorrow was etched on her face. I am so sorry. I believed all my father's lies. I knew in my heart you would never abandon your child. I should not have listened to him. Calvin could not control the anger and hurt that came over him. Before he could control his emotions, he lashed out at her. Well, maybe if you had written to me, or called and asked me yourself instead of taking your father's word. Instead, you chose to think the worst of me. Hell, I thought you knew me better than that. He turned his back on her and moved away. Calvin, I was hurt, angry with you. I thought as soon as I left you slept with someone else, that you never really loved me. He swung back around to face Dawn and grabbed her by the shoulders, giving her a light shake. Didn't love you. How could you have thought that? God, you knew I loved you. I waited years to hear from you, and nothing, not a word. It was you that moved on without me. It was you that didn't love me. With tears falling from her eyes, she stared at him. I did love you, and I wrote several letters, but never got a reply. For years I cried myself to sleep, missing you. My heart broke more as time went by. Calvin's heart melted and his anger disappeared when he looked into her tear-stained eyes and knew she was telling the truth. Well, you're back now. Yes, I am, but it's too late for us. We live different lives now. My job and home are in Paris, and I'm getting married. It's never too late. I still love you. I've never stopped loving you. Don't you love me, Dawn? She felt her heart breaking all over again when she answered him. You were my first love. A part of me will always love you, but I've moved on, so should you. Dawn felt the heat from Calvin's hands on her shoulders as he caressed them with his fingers. We need to talk about this, he said to her. Feeling drained, she shook her head no. My father tore us apart. For that, I'll always hate him. Dawn. She didn't let him finish. There is nothing to talk about. Please, take me home. They drove back in silence, each thinking about how her father's lies and betrayal kept them apart, and how things could have been different if they had been allowed to stay together. Chapter 6. It was dark when they arrived back at Dawn's place. He got out of the truck to walk her to the door. You don't have to walk me to the door, she told him. Yes, I do. It's dark. I'll leave once you're inside and some lights are turned on. She knew there was no point in arguing with him. Calvin could be so stubborn. He had always insisted on walking a woman to her door. When she flipped the light switch, nothing happened. They were still in darkness. That's weird, she said. They were working when we left. She could feel his warm breath on the back of her neck when he spoke. He was standing so close to her that she felt a shiver go through her. It's probably just a blown fuse. I'll go down and take a look. Where are the candles? A flashlight would be better. I don't know, she answered back.
What do you mean you don't know?
She heard the irritation in Calvin's voice, and it annoyed her. Don't you understand English? I've not lived here in 10 years. How the hell would I know where things are kept? Even in the dark, she saw him roll his eyes. Okay, wait here. I have a couple in the truck.
Jerk,
she muttered under her breath when he went outside. A few minutes later, he returned with the flashlight and an extra one for her. Handing her one suggested she look for candles. Then he headed down to the basement. Dawn searched the kitchen cupboards and found the candles and lit a few. As she lit the last one, she heard a noise coming from outside the kitchen window. Turning the flashlight on and aiming it towards the window, she screamed, dropping the flashlight. Calvin was checking the fuse box when he heard her scream. With his heart in his throat, he dashed up the stairs, taking the steps 2 at a time. He wasn't about to let anything happen to her. "Dawn," he shouted, "I'm coming." It took him by surprise when she ran and flung herself into his arms. He felt her body trembling when he wrapped his arms around her in a protective embrace. "What's wrong?" he asked. Her voice was shaky when she answered back. "There was a man watching me from outside that window." She pointed to the window where she had seen the man. "Stay here, I'll go check outside," he instructed, letting her go. Placing her hand on his chest pleaded with her eyes, as well as her words. "Don't leave me alone." He hated seeing that look of fear in her eyes. Taking her face in his hands, ran his thumb over her bottom lip. He saw how she closed her eyes and had a strong urge to kiss her. But that feeling vanished when he heard a noise coming from outside. Letting go of Dawn, he told her to lock the door behind him. Then he was gone, leaving her trembling. But she was not sure from what. Was it the scare she had gotten? Or was it from the way he had touched her, and how it made her feel when he did? It was such a light touch, yet sensual. She stood by the door with her arms crossed, waiting for Calvin to return. When the handle turned, she let out a shriek. "It's only me, Dawn. Unlock the door." With a sigh of relief, she opened the door and Calvin walked in, shutting it behind him. "Whoever was out there is gone now," he told her. She stammered. I hum, thank you for checking." Seeing that she was still spooked drew her back into his arms. She did not resist and melted into him. "It was probably some kids fooling around. I'll stay here tonight, and in the morning I'll check the fuse box and get your lights back on." Dawn pulled away and stared at him. "You'll what? Stay here?" No, I'll be all right. It's like you said, just kids fooling around." He looked at her, a look that said he had his mind made up. "I said I'm staying. I'll sleep on the sofa. Now, do you have anything here to drink?" Who was he to tell her he was staying here in her home? But the truth was she would feel safer with him in the house, and was secretly glad that he insisted on staying. "I only have wine, no beer." "That will do just fine. You open the wine, and I'll go check the rest of the house and make sure no one is lurking around." Dawn's eyes widened in horror. "You think there might be someone hiding in here?" "No, I didn't mean to scare you. I'm just making sure, that's all. I'll be right back." Sitting across from one another, he asked her how long she would be staying. "No more than 3 weeks, 4 tops," she answered back, not looking at him. "Do you like living in Paris?"
Of course I do. My home is there, and my job.
Calvin thought it was strange that she didn't mention Michael. "What about your fiancé?" A smirk appeared on his face. She looked up at him. "What?" she asked.
Your fiancé. It's funny that you didn't mention him. Why is that, Dawn? Are you having doubts about him?
She frowned. "Of course, I meant Michael too. And no, I'm not having doubts." She stood up. "I'll get you a blanket, then I'm going to bed." He watched as she picked up one of the flashlights and left the room. He was curious as to why she hadn't mentioned the man she claimed to be in love with and going to marry. His gut was telling him she was making a mistake marrying that man. He would have to change her mind, and before Michael showed up. The fact that Dawn returned wearing a silk nightgown and robe did not go unnoticed. The soft glow from the candles added to her beauty. The robe hugged her curves. He thought she was breathtaking, and he felt the fire in his body come to life, the heat in his blood rising. He wanted to kiss her, wanted to feel her body against his. She handed him the pillow and blanket. "Good night, Calvin." When she turned to leave, he grabbed her arm, pulling her into his arms, giving her a wicked little smile. "Perhaps you would feel safer if I slept in your bed with you." With Calvin's arms wrapped around her, she felt his hard muscles against her chest. The smell of his aftershave, mixed with his own scent, was intoxicating, and when she felt the bulge pressing into her, she felt a hot burning sensation flare up between her thighs. It was throbbing, and she began to breathe heavily. She knew she had to get away from him before it was too late, before she gave in to those feelings of desire and, yes, lust. Pushing Calvin away gave him an icy stare, letting him know she was furious. "Stop it. If you're expecting anything to happen between us, you'll be sadly mistaken. Have you forgotten I'm getting married?" Calvin raised his voice angrily. "How can I forget? You keep reminding me, but you're not married yet." "Maybe you should just leave," she snapped at him. He held up his hands in a gesture of surrender and chuckled. Okay, I'm just kidding around. What happened to you, Dawn? You used to have a sense of humor, now you're so uptight." "I grew up. Life is not all fun and games." She turned to leave, but stopped when he called out to her. "I really like what you're wearing. It's really SXY, he said, flashing her a smile. She stomped away. God, he was doing everything he could to get under her skin. If it weren't for the lights being out, and that man in the window scaring her, she would have made him leave.
She realized now what a mistake it was wearing that nightgown around Calvin. She saw the way he looked at her with desire. She had to admit that it felt good having someone look at her that way, with such intense desire and longing.
Michael never showed any sexual desire for her. He never made her feel beautiful or SXY. But that was just the way he was. She did wish that once in a while he would show some passion. When she crawled under the covers, her thoughts went to Calvin. It felt so good being in his arms, just like old times. Her body was throbbing with desire, a craving that she knew only he could satisfy. Then she started feeling guilty. Guilty for having these feelings for another man other than her fiancé, even though that man was Calvin. When he saw her enter the room wearing that silky gown, it blew him away. No woman could ever compare to her beauty. The softness of her skin and the smell of her hair could drive any man insane with desire. Oh, how he wanted her, wanted to feel her naked flesh against his. The thought of making love to Dawn was making him sweat. It was going to be a long night. It was taking all his willpower not to climb up those stairs and get into bed with her. "Go to bed, you fool. Stop thinking about her," he told himself. But he could not get the feel of her out of his head. Chapter 7. Dawn woke from a restless night's sleep. She needed coffee to help her to wake up. Throwing on a robe, she headed downstairs, not caring that she wasn't dressed and that Calvin would be there. And there he was, sitting at the kitchen table, shirtless and drinking coffee, which, by the way, smelled fantastic. He sat there looking right at home, fuses and wires on the table in front of him. Seeing she was still wearing the SXY nightgown from last night, he smiled. "Morning, I made coffee. Want some?" "Yes, thank you, I'll get it," she said as she reached into the cupboard and grabbed a cup and filled it with coffee, adding a touch of milk and sugar. He watched as she closed her eyes, soaking in the aroma of freshly brewed coffee. Taking a sip, she made a soft moaning sound. She even made drinking coffee look SXY, he thought to himself.
"Oh, this is so delicious. I can never make it this good," she commented.
When she saw the way Calvin was looking at her, she blushed. So in order to distract him, she pointed to what lay on the table. "What's all that?" He wasn't sure how much to tell her since she seemed to scare so easily. "I found them downstairs. Someone removed them from the fuse box." Dawn's hand flew to her mouth, face turning pale. "Oh my God, are you saying someone came into my home when we were out?" He saw how upset she was getting, so standing up, he placed his hands on her shoulders. He tried to reassure her that everything was going to be all right. "I don't want you to worry. We'll go into town and grab some breakfast. Then I'll pick up some supplies, fuses and new locks for all the doors and windows. I'll get your lights back on." She felt the heat from his hands as he gently rubbed her shoulders, liking how it felt. "Why are you doing all this for me? I mean, you must have other things you need to be doing." Removing his hands, he sighed lightly, looking at her. Did she really not know why? Because you're a woman and alone, it's also the neighborly thing to do. he answered instead of telling her the real reason. Well, okay, thanks, but I pay for breakfast. He smiled and nodded his head in agreement. He would let Dawn have her way this time. It was going to be another hot day, so Dawn wore a yellow cotton dress, doing her hair up into a ponytail. At the restaurant, they picked a table by the window, catching up on what they'd been doing over the years. Whatever happened to your friend Hank Jackson? God, he was so skinny and funny. He was always making me laugh. A smile crossed her face when she thought about him. Calvin laughed. Hank is not so skinny anymore. He has a ranch a few miles from my place. He's married with 2 sons, another one on the way. Dawn giggled. My, he's been a busy boy. Wasn't he dating Susan Miller in high school?
Yeah, she's now his wife.
What about you, Calvin? Is there no one special in your life? He turned serious. There was someone, a couple of years ago. Even got engaged, but it didn't work out. Though she knew she had no right, Dawn felt a slight stirring of jealousy hit her. I'm sorry, what happened? He looked her right in the eyes. You, he answered. She looked at him to see if he was joking. He did not appear to be. Me, what did I do? The woman I was with called it off. She said she couldn't compete with you. I don't understand. I wasn't even around. He put his hand on top of hers. In a way you were. I couldn't get you out of my head. She told me I'd never get over you, and she was right. I'm so sorry, Calvin, she said quietly. Don't be. To be honest, I wouldn't have gone through with it. I didn't love her. Who was she? Dawn was curious. Do I know her? Yeah, Mary Beth. Hearing the name Mary Beth brought back some horrible memories for Dawn. You've got to be kidding me. That girl made my life miserable. She chased you and flirted with you the whole time we were dating. True, but as you well know, I never returned the favor. I only had eyes for you. I'm surprised she let you go. She wanted you so bad, and when she gets you, she breaks off the engagement. I don't get it. They both stopped talking, both stealing glances at one another. Then he mentioned Michael. So from what you've told me about this Michael guy, he sounds like a control freak. She snapped back angrily at him. He's not. He's an intelligent man with class, with some fine qualities. Though he had never met the man, something told him he wouldn't like him, and it was starting to piss him off how she was always praising Michael. He sounds boring as hell, and I bet he's even more boring in bed. Dawn gasped, appalled at how brazen he was being. Shut up, Calvin. How dare you? But he kept pushing. Tell me, does he give you orgasms? Dawn was so angry, she got up and slapped his face. My sex life is none of your business. He followed her out the door, grabbing her arm. I'm sorry, I guess I did cross a line. Calvin knew he had hit a sore spot. It would appear that good old Michael was a loser in bed.
Damn right, you crossed a line.
You don't hear me making comments about your sex life. I'm going to get some groceries. Why don't you go on ahead to the hardware store and get what you need? Chapter 8. Calvin was leaning against the truck when he saw her coming out of the store. She was struggling with several bags and a small case of beer. Hurrying over, grabbed the bags from her arms and commented on the beer. You bought beer. I figured you'd like one after doing all this work for me. It's the least I can do. Back at the Haworth Ranch, he went to work in the basement, leaving Dawn to put away the food. It wasn't long before he had the lights back on. Smiling, she breathed a sigh of relief. After making a pot of coffee, sat down, thinking about what Calvin had said about her sex life with Michael. About how it must be boring. He wasn't wrong. When she and Michael made love, which wasn't that often, boring was one way of putting it. If anything, it was more mechanical than passionate, always leaving her feeling alone and disappointed. There were never any fireworks or tender cuddling afterward. Usually, Michael would get dressed as soon as they were done and go back to his place.
But he was dependable, a brilliant lawyer.
He would make a good provider. After all, SX wasn't everything, was it? Calvin stood watching her. She was so deep in thought she hadn't heard him enter the room. From the sad expression on her face, he knew it couldn't be anything good. "You're miles away, Dawn," he spoke quietly. She jumped when he spoke. "Damn! Why are you always sneaking up on me? Are you done already?" "Downstairs I am. Now I'm going to replace all the locks and put some on the windows. I could use a cup of coffee first." "Sit, I'll get it for you." She got up and poured him a cup. When she sat the coffee down in front of him, he took a hold of her hand. Right away her heart started racing. Just the touch of his hand got her juices flowing. "Calvin, don't," she said in a meek voice. "Sit with me while I drink this. Tell me what you were thinking about when I walked in." He then released her hand. She sat down, looking at him. There was no way she was going to tell him what she was really thinking, so she asked him a question instead. "This morning when I came downstairs, you weren't wearing a shirt." He smiled at her. "Yeah, sorry about that. I hope you didn't get too turned on." Remembering what he looked like with his muscles rippling with every movement did excite her. But there was no way she was going to admit that to him. Looking at him, she rolled her eyes. "Oh, please, don't flatter yourself. No, I noticed some scars on your back. How did you get them?" Still, to this day, he felt the rage from the night he received the scars. It wasn't something he liked thinking about. He could still feel how it felt when the belt whipped across his back. The pain was unbearable. It had brought tears to his eyes, but he refused to cry. "Your father gave them to me the night he caught us together." Dawn sprang to her feet, knocking the chair over. Her hand flew to her mouth as the tears filled her eyes. "No, no, oh my God, Calvin. I'm so sorry. It was all my fault." He got up, grabbing her arms. "It wasn't your fault." "Yes, it was. Oh, how could he do that to you? You were only a boy." She looked away. Guilt and shame filled her very soul. Seeing the scars and knowing how he got them made her want to cry. Taking Dawn's face in his hands lifted her face up so that she would have to look at him. "Don't you dare blame yourself. It was all on him. He was a horrible man, and it was worth it just to be with you." She looked at him all teary-eyed. "No one is worth getting a beating over," she cried. "You were Dawn, and I'd go through it again if it meant being with you." He stroked her cheek lightly with his thumbs. "Now I've got to get back to work. Are you going to be okay?" "Yes," she replied, nodding her head, still feeling guilty over what he endured at the hands of her father. It tugged at her heartstrings at what he had said to her about how she was worth it. No man had ever said anything as sweet as that to her. Since he was doing all this work for her, she felt obligated to cook dinner for him. Also, she liked having him around.
Dinner was almost ready, so she went outside to tell him. When he turned to face her, she saw his shirt was unbuttoned. He was hot and sweaty. She stared at a trickle of sweat that ran down his muscular chest. That was when she felt the slow burn between her thighs heating up. She swallowed the lump that appeared in her throat, lost for words.
He noticed how her cheeks turned red when she stared at his chest. That was nothing new to him. Women were always staring and telling him what a hot body he had. Seeing the look on Dawn's face, he knew she was thinking the same thing, and that thought gave him a great deal of satisfaction. "You cooked me dinner?" he asked with a grin on his face. Knowing he had caught her staring at him, she became flustered, rambling when she spoke. "Yes, I can cook. I'm a good cook. I just don't get to very often. But I know how." Knowing how she must be sounding, stopped rambling. It will be ready soon." "Mind if I take a shower first?" Here?" she asked him nervously. He smiled at her sweet innocence. "Yes, here. Do you mind?" No, of course not." She swallowed hard. The very thought of him standing naked, with the water running down his body, gave her chills. She could only imagine what he must look like, and she blushed. She was dishing out the food when he walked in carrying his shirt. She couldn't help but notice his chest was still damp and fought the urge to touch him. "I don't suppose you have a clean shirt laying around that I could borrow. Mine smells." "I think my father has some. I'll go look." As she walked past Calvin, the smell of his freshly washed body and his own scent was pleasing. Her heart was racing, and she was more than aware of how her body was reacting to being so close to him. A few minutes she returned with a white t-shirt still in its wrapper. "I found this. It's never been open. You're welcome to it." Smiling, he took the package from her hand. His fingers lightly touched her hand, and he felt sparks. He also knew she felt it too, judging from her face. Taking the shirt out of the wrapper, he boldly stood in front of her, pulling it over his head as she watched. Of course, it was too small. The material was stretched tightly across Calvin's muscular chest and broad shoulders. A small smile crept across Dawn's mouth. She tried to hold back a giggle, but was unsuccessful. Smiling, he added, "Yeah, it is a little small, but it'll do for now." After they ate and the dishes were done, they sat down, a beer for him, and she had a glass of wine. "That was good, Dawn. You're a good cook." "Thank you, and thank you for all you've done for me. I'll feel a lot safer now. Oh, wait, what do I owe you for the locks and the fuses?" "Nothing," he said in a serious voice. "Don't be silly. I have to pay you." She got up and picking up her purse went to open it, but he stopped her. "Listen, I don't want or need your money. I have money, a lot of it." She heard the anger in his voice, not understanding why he got so mad. "I should go now," he said, looking down at her. "Will you be okay here by yourself?" She looked away, feeling a bit nervous about being left alone in this big old house. "Yes," she answered back. Taking her chin in his hand, looked deep into her eyes. "If you need me for anything, and I do mean anything, call me. I'm only minutes away." Then, before she knew what was happening, he lowered his lips onto hers. His lips were soft as he kissed her lightly. She did not have the willpower to stop him, nor did she want to. As soon as he left, she closed the door and leaned against it. Her fingers went to her lips, tracing along where his lips had been. Though it was only a soft, short kiss, her body trembled, her stomach a hard ball of knots. There was no sense in denying it. She was still sexually attracted to him. God, with his rock-hard body, strong jaw, and those eyes. Dark, piercing eyes that stared deep into her soul. She just knew that sex with him would be hot and wild, much more than when they were kids. "No, stop it. Don't think of him in that way. I'm engaged to a wonderful man, damn. His name, Michael. Yeah, that's it." She felt terrible for forgetting his name, even if it was only for a second. Calvin knew the moment his lips touched Dawn's he had to get out of there. There were sparks when their lips touched. Her lips tasted so sweet, and he had to fight the urge not to take Dawn in his arms and devour all of her. But he didn't want to scare her off by moving too fast. It would take some time to bring her around. His thoughts kept going to how it would feel to caress and kiss her breasts, to taste them inside his mouth. He felt himself getting aroused. No other woman ever had that effect on him. He had tried with others, but it was never the same. His heart had always belonged to Dawn, and he feared it always would. He worried about her being out here all by herself. At night he would ride past her place, just to make sure everything was quiet, from a distance that is. He waited till he saw the lights go out, knowing she was okay and had gone to bed, wishing he were laying next to her. Chapter 9. 2 days had passed, and Dawn had not seen or heard from Calvin. She would be lying if she said she wasn't missing him. He had a way of getting under her skin, the way he looked at her, and the way he was always trying to get close to her, lightly touching, sending shivers throughout her body. She felt safe whenever he was around. Way back when they were teenagers and dating, he was always coming to her rescue. Whether it was from an uninvited encounter with the opposite sex or from a fall, he was always there to take care of her. The sadness of what could have been washed over Dawn. Because of her father's cruel lies, she would never know what life with Calvin could have been like. Michael and Paris were now her life, her future. After taking a shower and making a few calls, she started feeling lonely. It was so quiet, even with the radio on. Hearing a knock at the front door, she was thrilled at the thought of having some company. Dawn could have been knocked over with a feather when she saw Calvin standing there, looking so damn sexy in a pair of tight-fitting jeans that emphasized his muscular legs, wearing a white shirt and his cowboy hat. Her heart started beating like a drum inside her chest. "Calvin, what are you doing here?" "Hi, baby doll. I thought you could use a break." He turned and pointed to the extra horse he had brought along. "You do remember how to ride, don't you?" "Of course I do. It's just that I've got so much to do. I really can't go out right now. Sorry, but maybe another time." He looked past her into the living room and saw the room was full of boxes, piled on top of one another. "It looks to me like you've got a lot done already. Come on, take a short break." Baby doll. That was his nickname for her when they were dating, and she would call him her cowboy. Hearing him call her baby doll felt good. It was sweet, but it also made her sad. Dawn knew the smart thing to do was to say no, but when he flashed that smile of his, she melted. She was wanting a break anyways, so why not go riding with him? What would be the harm in that? "Okay, give me a few minutes to change into shorts. Help yourself to a drink." Calvin was just finishing his iced tea when she returned wearing shorts and a top that she had tied up at the bottom, revealing a flat-toned stomach. He was enjoying the view of her legs and perfectly round rear. God, he thought, what a nice rear end she has. Does she not realize what she's doing to me dressed that way? He turned away so that she wouldn't see him drooling over her. "I'll just grab my camera, then we can head out," she said as she reached up, grabbing it from one of the top shelves. He was unable to take his eyes off Dawn as her shirt rose higher up. It had been a while since she had ridden and was having trouble getting up on the horse, so he helped her up. She tried to ignore the fact that he placed his hand on her butt, leaving it there longer than necessary. Not knowing for sure if it was done on purpose or not, she let it go. They rode for a while, stopping every once in a while so that she could take a few pictures. She took some of Calvin's horse, admiring it. "He's a beautiful animal. Where did you get him?" "I caught and tamed him myself. His name is Dallas. No one rides him but me." "Not even me?" Dawn asked, a smile on her face. Riding next to Dawn, he gave her a sxy smile. "I'm sure you could find a way to persuade me." He then let his eyes sweep over her body. She blushed, knowing the meaning of his words. "Whatever," she said, rolling her eyes. He suggested they stop and take a break by the river so that the horses could drink. He helped her down. His hands stayed on her waist longer than was necessary. The feel of her bare midriff on his hands sent the heat racing throughout his entire body. She pulled away, leaving him longing to hold and kiss her. She was so damn sxy in those shorts and top. It was all he could do not to fling her to the ground, remove her clothes, and make love to her right there. "Are you getting hungry?" he asked, trying to get those lustful thoughts out of his head. "A little. Why? Do you have something to eat?" He grins as he reached into the saddlebag and pulls out a sandwich and a bottle of water. "Lunch is served, my lady." They sat on a rock by the river and shared a ham and cheese sandwich. "This is good. You do think of everything." "I should have made two," he replied. "No, this is plenty. It hit the spot. Thank you." They sat looking out at the river. She was busy snapping pictures. Then she turned the camera on him. "No, don't waste your film on me," he said, turning away. Dawn stood up and moved back in order to get a better view of Calvin. "Oh, come on, let me take a few shots. Lean back and pull your hat down just a little to shield your eyes." Bend one knee and stretch your other leg out, she instructed him. She snapped a couple more pictures, then stopped, shaking her head. Something is missing, she exclaimed. Walking over to Calvin, she undid the buttons on his shirt, unaware of the effect she was having on him. He watched as she started undressing him, and a smile crossed his face. He could smell her sweet scent, her mouth so close to his, he could have reached over and kissed her. "Why, Miss Haworth, are you trying to seduce me?" Dawn's eyes instantly went to Calvin's. She hadn't given what she was doing much thought. It was something she had to do for her job, moving the model's clothes around to get the best pose possible. "No, I'm only trying to get the best shot I can." She then moved in close, moving the shirt so that his chest was exposed. "Now lean back on your hands just a little. That's good, now hold it right there." She started snapping picture after picture, telling him to move this way and then that way. "What great shots. Have you ever thought of doing some modeling? The camera loves you." He chuckled. "Hell no. I only plan on getting naked in front of my woman," saying as he winked at her. He stood up and snatched the camera out of her hand. "Now it's your turn." "No, not me." She shook her head in protest. Dawn was not in the habit of having her picture taken and felt awkward. He smiled at her shyness, thinking she belonged in front of the camera, not behind it. "Come on, Dawn, strike some poses. Undo your shirt and lean back," he instructs. "Calvin Fisher, that is not going to happen, and you know it." "Okay, I'm joking." He put his hat on top of her head, which of course was too big, but he still thought she looked hot in it. It took some coaxing, but she soon gave in and started having some fun. Removing her ponytail, she leaned back, lifting her head up and letting the sunshine on her face. Taking off the hat, she rolled over onto her stomach. Smiling at him, she rested the side of her face on her arms and closed her eyes. After taking a few shots, he lowered the camera and sat, staring at her. His eyes trailed down the length of her body. He felt the fire in his groin growing, a heat only she had the power to ignite in him. His heart was pounding as he looked at her stretched out in front of him. God, how he wanted to take her. That feeling was getting stronger the more time he spent with her. Sensing how quiet things had gotten, she opened her eyes and saw him staring at her. "Is everything okay?" she asked. "No, there's nothing wrong." He swallowed hard. "But I was thinking maybe we should get going. There's more I want to show you." "Okay, but first I want to get a picture of that deer drinking from the river. I'll only be a minute." He watched as she got up and stood on a rock. It didn't look too sturdy, and she was close to the edge of the river. Feeling nervous, he moved closer to her. "Be careful, Dawn. Those rocks are slippery." Dawn wasn't paying any attention to him as she kept snapping pictures. She felt her foot sliding and let out a small scream. She was about to tumble into the river when she felt arms going around her waist, pulling her back. Calvin turned her around to face him. With his arms still around her waist, he looked into her eyes. "I told you to be careful. Are you all right?" She grabbed his arms when he caught her. It all felt too familiar. Him saving her, she being in his arms. Staring into each other's eyes, her lips began to tremble. "Yes, I'm fine. Thanks for catching me." Dawn's heart was pounding, and she had a feeling he was about to kiss her, so she moved out of his embrace. "Shall we go?" she asked. Chapter 10. They rode past Hank's place, but since he had taken his wife and kids to visit the in-laws, Calvin and Dawn moved on. He wanted to show her his place and all the changes he had made. "I'm getting hungry. What say when we get to my ranch, I make us something to eat? That way I can give you a tour of my home," he said to her as they rode along. "Does all this land belong to you?"
Yeah.
"I was able to buy the land between my place and your father's. It was the best way to keep us separated." "But you don't use it, why?" "Don't need it. I only bought it so that the others would always have running water flowing down the river to their land." Your father wanted the land so that he could close off the water from running down into the valley, denying others access to the water. That was cruel of him, Dawn said bitterly. Do all these cattle belong to you? Yes. You've done very well for yourself. I'm happy for you. I can only imagine how my father must have made life difficult for you. Calvin smiled. He tried, but I ignored him, which made him hate me all that much more. I'm so sorry, Calvin. He knew she was being sincere. He could hear it in her voice. You've no reason to be sorry. It wasn't your fault. I don't like talking bad about the dead, but your father was a nasty man. As they got closer to the ranch, she snapped more pictures. I don't remember this house being so big, Dawn commented. Calvin shifted in the saddle. It wasn't, I added on, made it bigger and better. Wait till you see the inside, you won't recognize it. When they dismounted, a man walked over to the two of them, and Calvin introduced her to the ranch hand. Then he asked the man to take care of the horses for him, leading Dawn inside. He showed her the upstairs first, going from room to room, leaving his bedroom for last. This is my room, he said, holding the door open so that she could go in and look around. So, what do you think? She looked around, impressed. It was huge and had a giant walk-in closet. Everything matched, and then she saw the bed. This room is amazing, and your bed is so big. She blushed at her remark and turned away so that he wouldn't notice. But he had noticed and smiled. He then went over to a door and opened it. Come see the ensuite. I think you'll like it. She walked over and looked inside. Aware of Calvin watching her, he was standing way too close for comfort. She looked around in amazement. It was very modern. The tub was big enough for two, as was the shower, which was encased in glass. It was very clean for a single man living alone, she thought. It's amazing, Calvin, just beautiful. He couldn't help smiling. He was hoping she would like his bedroom since he planned on having her spend a lot of time here, in his bed. Let me show you the kitchen. Her eyes lit up when she saw the large kitchen with all the new and modern appliances, double sinks and tons of cupboard space. Calvin, this kitchen is every woman's dream. It is beautiful, large, and modern, yet it has a cozy feel to it. He was pleased that she liked it since he had her in mind when he remodeled it. I know, I checked on the web to find out what women wanted in a kitchen. Well, you nailed it, she said, smiling at him. Your home is beautiful, but why 4 bedrooms? He stood close to her, his dimples showing when he smiled. I hope to someday have them filled with children. Dawn saw the way he was drinking in her body, and she blushed. Well, this has been a wonderful day, but I really should be getting back now. No, stay. I said I'd make us some dinner. He didn't want her to leave. It felt right for her to be here in his home, knowing it should have been their home. Being this close to Calvin and having feeling for him that was getting harder to control the longer she was around him, knew it was best if she left now. No, I have to go. Why? He asked with a hint of irritation in his voice. Are you afraid to be alone with me? Are you afraid your feelings for me will come out? She moved away, scoffing at him. Don't be ridiculous. I feel nothing for you. He crossed the room toward her, and before she could react, he pulled her into his arms. His lips came crashing down on hers. His kiss was hard and demanding, sending a heat wave throughout her entire body. He moved from her lips, moving down to her throat where he kissed and sucked. He could feel the throbbing of her pulse in his mouth as he moved slowly down. Her warm flesh against his lips tasted so good, so soft. A ripple of hot desire shot through him. His body was on fire as he soaked in her scent. And when a moan escaped from the back of her throat, it added fuel to his already burning desire to have her. He felt himself getting hard, his throbbing erection begging for release. He stopped what he was doing to look at her. She had her eyes closed, lips slightly parted. He lowered his lips back onto hers and kissed them with a hunger he felt could never be satisfied. Yes, she was different, had more curves, breasts bigger and fuller. But when he kissed her, there was no doubt she was still his baby doll. His arm was around her waist, cupping the back of her head with his other hand. All he could think about was how she felt and tasted. Drawing Dawn even closer, he felt her nipples hardening against his chest, felt her body trembling. All common sense left her when Calvin's lips went to her neck and the way he kissed and sucked on her neck. She liked the way he was kissing her, arching her neck, wanting more. And then when his mouth came crashing down on hers and he slipped his tongue inside her mouth, drove her wild with desire. Her inner core throbbing, aching to be touched. She could feel how hard he had gotten when his shaft pressed into her thighs. When his hand moved over her, touching and caressing it lit a fire within her. It had awakened in her a lust, a desire to be taken with wild abandons. Then she placed her hands on his hard biceps and pulled away. No, stop, we can't do this. Calvin was breathing hard, his erection throbbing as he looked at Dawn. Yes, we can, we both want this, he said, his breath coming out hard and ragged. Crossing her arms, she moved away. What kind of woman do you take me for? I can't cheat on Michael, I won't. He went over and placed his hands on her shoulders. You can't deny that there's still something between us, always has been. I want you, Dawn. I want to make love to you, and I know you want me to. No, she said. I don't want you. Take me home. He looked into her eyes and knew she was lying. Okay, I'll take you home. But you're lying to yourself. You do want me. This will happen, and when it does you'll realize that this Michael guy is not right for you. That you need more, I'm that more Dawn me. Her head was spinning. She no longer knew what to think or feel. This feeling of helplessness angered her, so she lashed out at him. You're wrong, I love Michael. I'm going to marry him. No matter what you say or do, I will become his wife. Calvin's eyes narrowed into slits, and he glared angrily at her. He was sick to death of hearing about Michael. The thought of another man touching her angered him. His hands curled into fists by his side. He knew she would be making a huge mistake if she married that man. He would have to make sure that didn't happen. Okay, let's go. I'll take you home. They drove in silence. She was not sure who she was more angry with. Was it Calvin for kissing and touching her, or at herself for liking it and wanting more? He was always a good kisser, and the years only made him better at it. The way his body was pressing into hers proved how much he wanted her. Yes, it was true, she did want him, wanted him to make love to her, but she was getting married and wouldn't allow herself to be unfaithful to Michael. The only way to make sure that nothing happened with Calvin was to stay as far away from him as she could. Chapter 11. As soon as Calvin parked his truck in front of her house, he knew something was wrong. He noticed an open window, so he turned to Dawn. Did you not shut and lock all the doors and windows when we left this morning? Yes, why do you ask? It looks like there's a window open. Stay here. Jumping out of his truck, he walked up the front porch. The window was indeed open. The glass had been smashed in. Going back to the truck, asked her for the house keys. What's going on? Dawn demanded to know as she handed him the keys. Someone has broken in through the window. He gave her a stern look. I want you to wait here till I've had a look around. She was not about to let Calvin tell her what to do, so she quietly slipped out of the truck, making sure not to make a sound, and followed behind him. Flipping on the light switch, he heard Dawn gasp. Turning to her in anger, he barked. Christ, Dawn, I told you to wait in the truck. Ignoring his angry tone, walked past him and stood looking around in horror at the mess. The room had been trashed. Boxes had been ripped open, the contents dumped onto the floor. The sofa and chairs were torn apart, tables and lamps smashed, and the bookshelf was ripped from the wall. Books were scattered all over the floor with their pages ripped out. Oh my God, who would do such a thing? She walked over to the mess, Getting down on her knees, she sighed deeply, shaking her head. All this work, it took me hours. Now I have to start all over again, he said, a sob escaping her lips. Calvin's heart went out to her. She looked so fragile and vulnerable. He felt that male instinct to take care and protect her kick in. Going over, he took her hand, helping her up. Don't worry, I'll make a few calls and get you some help. We'll get this cleaned up in no time. Now I want you to call the sheriff while I check the other rooms. Dawn knew she was being foolish, but she was afraid of being left alone. With a hand that trembled, placed it on his arm. Please don't leave me alone. With one look into her frightened eyes, he knew he couldn't leave her alone. All right, come with me, but stay behind. Taking her hand, they headed upstairs. Every room was also destroyed. In Dawn's room, her clothes were thrown all over. Bed pulled apart, and the suitcases laid open, and the lining ripped out of them. Every room in the house had been ransacked. They ended up in the kitchen. It too was turned upside down. Dawn sat and listened as he talked to the sheriff on the phone. She was unable to hold back the tears and broke down crying, her shoulders shaking. Why would anyone do this, Calvin? She asked between sobs. He pulled her into his arms in a loving and protective hold, gently rubbing her back. I don't know, but we'll find out. The sheriff arrived, and after looking around, shook his head in disgust. Someone sure did a number on this place. Then he turned to Dawn. Is anything missing, Miss Hayworth? I don't think so. But there wasn't anything of great value here. What there was is now destroyed. Do you have any enemies that might have a grudge against you? Someone who might want to scare or hurt you? The sheriff asked as he took notes. She felt herself begin to shake, not believing what the sheriff was suggesting. No, and certainly not here. I've been gone 10 years. Calvin sat back listening as the two talked. It was time for him to say what he was thinking. It looks to me like whoever did this was looking for something. I don't think this was just an act of vandalism. The sheriff nodded his head. I agree, they were looking for something, but what? Dawn, could your father have hidden something of value in here? Calvin asked. I don't know. We weren't on good terms. If he did, he wouldn't tell me. The sheriff removed his hat and scratched his head. I'll have my man over in the morning to dust for prints. In the meantime, you shouldn't stay here. Do you have somewhere you can stay till this mess gets cleaned up? Before she could open her mouth, Calvin interrupted them. She'll be staying with me. A flash of anger crossed her face when she stood up. Hands on her hips, she snapped at him. No, I won't. Calvin got up close to her face, his own anger matching hers. Yes, you will. This is a crime scene, and you can't stay here. Would you rather stay here and wait for whoever did this to come back and finish the job? Biting her bottom lip, she hadn't thought of that and was speechless. I didn't think so. Now go pack your bags, he ordered her. You are not the boss of me, Calvin Fisher, she said as she snapped back at him. The sheriff chuckled to himself. They sounded like an old married couple. I'll leave you two to decide, but really, miss, you can't stay here till after my men have had a chance to look the place over. Then he left, leaving the two bickering. I thought I told you to go pack your bags, he barked at her. All right, I guess I don't have a choice, but I'm warning you, Calvin, you better not try what you did earlier. Giving him an icy stare, left the room. The sun was going down by the time they got back to his place. After taking Dawn and her bags up to one of the spare bedrooms, he went down to prepare dinner, leaving her to get settled and take a shower. After showering, she changed into a short sundress, added a touch of perfume behind each ear, and headed downstairs. Walking towards the kitchen, she could smell the delicious aroma of meat and potatoes cooking. Her stomach began growling, and she realized how hungry she was. It had been hours since she last ate. Something smells good, she said upon entering the room. Thanks. He smiled at her. You must be starving. Please sit and enjoy. He then poured them each a glass of wine. During the meal, they had a pleasant conversation until he started talking about Michael. "So when are you planning on getting married?" "We haven't set a date yet. Michael wants to wait until the ranch is sold. He's also waiting till he makes senior partner in the law firm where he works." Calvin scoffed. "Sounds to me like he's making all the decisions in this relationship. Don't you have a say in anything?" he asked, staring at her, waiting for an answer. "Michael happens to be a very smart man. He's always right. It was him that showed me how better it was for my career for me to stay working as a fashion photographer instead of." She stopped talking when she saw him giving her a weird look. "Why are you looking at me that way?" she asked. He tossed his fork down. He was obviously disgusted about something. "Don't you hear yourself, Dawn? Michael this, Michael that. He decides when to marry, what job you should have. What happened to the old Dawn? The one who never let anyone tell her what to do. If there's something you want to do that would make you happy, then do it. Don't let any man tell you what to do or try to run your life." She refused to look at him. She could tell he was angry, thinking if she kept quiet, he would drop the subject. But he was not done speaking his mind. "Does Michael also tell you what to wear, what to eat, who you can talk to?" She was starting to squirm. Michael did seem to control most of her life. But he knew best. At least that is what she told herself. "Shut up, Calvin. You don't know him." "You're right. I don't know him. But he sounds more like your father than a fiancé. Does he also tell you how to behave in bed?" Dawn was close to tears. "Go to hell," she yelled as she stood up and was about to leave. He grabbed her arm, turning her around to face him. He saw in her eyes a loneliness, a longing to be loved. "Damn it, Dawn, does he not treat you right in bed? Is he a selfish lover?" Tears flooded her eyes. It hurt to hear out loud what she had always known, but she ignored those thoughts. She tried to free herself from his tight grip. "Let go of me," she screamed. He looked down into her tear-stained face and his heart softened. "My God, you're so beautiful. You deserve to be made love to in a loving and passionate way, to be touched and caressed. A man should love you with all the passion he has within him. You deserve that and so much more." Tightening his grip, he pulled her close. His lips came crashing down on hers. Chapter 12. She pushed him away, slapping him. Her breathing was hard, making her breasts heave rapidly up and down. He grabbed her hands and pinned them above her head as he put her up against the wall. She tried to struggle free when he again crushed his lips on hers, but as his kiss deepened, she felt herself melting. The kiss was a long and passionate one that left her breathless, left her wanting more. She groaned in disappointment when he tore away from her mouth. But then when he put his lips on her neck, and he began kissing and sucking lightly, and she felt his hand going to her breasts, caressing them, she let out a moan. Calvin moaned when he felt her nipples getting hard through her dress. Then he moved down lower, going under her dress and between her thighs. His fingers found their way inside the silk panties she wore and moved inside her, stroking, moving in and out, feeling her become wet. Dawn called out his name in a weak voice. She was unable to think straight as his fingers stroked inside her, and his lips kissed and sucked on her neck. Her heart was thumping hard and her body was on fire. It felt so good, and she didn't want him to stop, moaning his name. Removing his finger, he pulled her closer. She felt his hard shaft against her thighs. Her hand crept up his chest, around his neck, and ran her hands through Calvin's thick dark hair. She couldn't help pressing into him, wanting him as she returned the kiss with as much passion as he was. Their lips still locked together, she unbuttoned his shirt, helping him to remove it with such urgency. Removing her lips from his mouth, moved down to his chest and started kissing, moving to his nipples, sliding her tongue over them, licking, savoring the taste of him. With his eyes closed, he groaned loudly, the feel of her lips on his chest. Kissing and sucking was driving him crazy. Grabbing a handful of her long, silky hair, gently moved her head up, and kissed her lips hard, his tongue exploring the inside of her mouth. The smell of her sweet odor, a mixture of soap and perfume, filled his senses with delight. Hearing her moan only added to his desire to have her. With his lips still locked on hers in a fit of heated passion, picked her up and headed to the bedroom. Laying her down on the bed, he stood up, watching her as he removed his clothes. She lay there, her breasts heaving up and down, her heart racing as she watched him remove his briefs, eyes glued to his body. Seeing him standing totally naked, she spoke without thinking first. "Wow, you two have filled out in all the right places." Her eyes widened in shock at what she had so bluntly said out loud. Calvin smiled when he saw the way she looked down, and the way she came out with that comment. Getting into bed, he chuckled. "Thank you, I'm glad you approve." Pulling Dawn up, he pulled the dress up over her head and then removed her bra. As they sat on their knees, he admired her breasts. "You're so beautiful." Wrapping his arms around her, their bodies pressed together, he kissed her as he slowly laid her down on the bed. His hand roamed over her smooth, soft curves. Cupping one breast, moved his mouth over it, sucking on them, feeling the nipple grow hard, hearing her moan. When she felt Calvin tickling her nipples with his tongue, she closed her eyes and moaned, arching her back so that he could get more of her. The feeling was unlike anything she had ever experienced. The way his hand touched and caressed her made her body feel like it was on fire. She hadn't known he had removed her panties until she felt his hand going between her legs. His finger found its way inside her warm, wet flesh. Her body trembled as a finger stroked inside, going deeper. She began twisting and writhing beneath his touch. He moved down, replacing the finger with his mouth. He wanted to give her as much pleasure as he could, what she deserved. The more he moved his tongue around, the more she moaned and squirmed frantically. Dawn grabbed onto the bed railing and had no control over her body. She felt she would explode and didn't know whether to scream or cry. No one had ever done this to her before. The pleasure was almost too much to bear as she screamed out his name. He wanted to make sure she experienced as much pleasure as he could give her, something she so obviously was lacking in her life. Hearing her scream his name gave him the incentive to keep going. Her body began to spasm, and he felt the ripple of her orgasm when she came. He kissed every inch of her body as he moved upwards, and when he reached her mouth, he ravished it. His own body aching and throbbing for its own release. He could feel how hot and wet she was when she gave herself to him. When he eased inside Dawn, his eyes met hers. He watched her face as he moved intimately inside, going slow at first. But soon he started pumping faster and harder, going deeper and deeper. She wrapped her legs around his waist and moved her hands up and down his back as she moaned and grunted out loud. He then lost control. His erection was throbbing, so he began thrusting harder. With naked flesh pounding together and fireworks exploding, he took her, and in a wild fury they came together, draining them both, collapsing from total exhaustion. Rolling over and laying on his side, moved his hand over her curves, making her moan and forgetting everything but the pleasure she was feeling. "You're so beautiful, Dawn. I've missed you. You have no idea how many times I've thought about making love to you over the years." Dawn looked up at him. Tears pricked her eyes. She reached over and stroked his chest. "Kiss me, I want more," she whispered in a meek voice. Calvin was already getting hard when she touched him, so he had no problem giving her what she wanted. This time, she was more into it, clawing at his back, wrapping her legs around his waist, grinding her hips into him, trying to get more of him. The way she was moving beneath him aroused him to the point of screaming when he too came. His body jerked and pounded into Dawn. He wanted more of her till there was nothing left. Collapsing on top of Dawn, he gave her a tender kiss, wanting to taste more of her. Laying on his side, he pulled her into his arms. Just when he was about to drift off to sleep, he felt the bed move. Opening his eyes, he saw her sitting on the edge of the bed, the sheet wrapped around her body, crying silently. Dawn, what's wrong? He asked with concern. This was so wrong, what we did. She sobbed, pulling the covers over her.
No, no, it wasn't. We did nothing wrong. It was what we both wanted.
Dawn turned to look at him, guilt weighing heavily on her. How can you say that? I cheated on Michael. I'm not that kind of woman. She put her head in her hands and started crying. Oh God, how am I going to tell Michael what I've done? He tried to comfort her, but she shrugged him off and stood up. Where are you going? He asked, not wanting her to leave. To the other bedroom. I can't stay here. There was no way he was going to let her leave his bed tonight. He sat up and patted the bed. You're upset. Come back to bed. I promise I won't touch you. At least for tonight. It's a big bed. I'll stay on my side, and tomorrow you can sleep in the other room. She looked back over at Calvin. She was so tempted to crawl back under the covers. It was so warm and comfortable in his bed. She really didn't want to be alone, but could she trust him not to try anything, or herself for that matter? Sighing deeply, she gave in and climbed back into bed, staying as far from him as she could. She was still wrapped in the sheet. Chapter 13. Dawn woke to find that she somehow had removed the sheet from her body and was laying next to Calvin. One leg was stretched out across his pelvis, one arm was draped across his chest. She looked up to find him awake and smiling at her. Feeling embarrassed, she went to move away, but he reached out, holding her close. Calvin, I'm so sorry. I don't know how this happened. She was more than aware of how her body was responding to being so close to his, touching. I'm not sorry, he said as he moved his hand over her, loving the feel of her skin, which was so warm and soft. He leaned over, giving her a passionate kiss, his hand moving down to between her legs. She was wet when he stroked inside her. Her mons purred in his ears. Dawn knew that this was wrong, and that she should stop him. But it felt so good. His hand was so gentle as he caressed and stroked her, making her body come alive. She forgot about her vow not to have sex with him again, as she shifted her body into a position where he could more easily do what he did earlier. She laid back and enjoyed the pleasure he was giving her, wiggling as he stroked inside her, panting and moaning when she felt herself close to coming. Seeing her laying there with her eyes closed and moaning, lips slightly parted, he just had to kiss her. She was so beautiful, it warmed his heart and started his juices flowing. He brought his mouth down on hers and greedily explored the inside of her mouth. His body was swelling with desire and lust. Then she surprised him when she reached down and took him in her hand, wrapping her hand around his throbbing erection, playing with him, gently squeezing him as she ran her fingers up and down. Sparks lit up in his head. To feel her small, soft hand wrapped around him was the best feeling ever. His mouth covered her neck, hungrily sucking as he moved down to her heaving breasts. Taking in the sweet taste of her swollen nipples, he heard her whisper in a shy, meek voice, Calvin, I want you. I want to feel you inside me. Positioning himself above her, grabbing her hands and pinned them above her head. He felt her body tremble beneath him, and when he eased himself in her, she moaned and wrapped her legs around his waist. He rode her hard, pounding, going deeper, her soft moans ringing in his ears. God, she was so wet and tight around his throbbing shaft. When he couldn't hold back any longer, he took her with one final, hard thrust. When his breathing slowed down, he rolled off Dawn and pulled her close. He could feel the beating of her heart against his chest. He knew this was right, that they belonged together, they always had, and always would. He loved her now even more than he did all those years ago. He would not lose her again. He lifted her face up and kissed her, a deep, passionate kiss. When he was able to pull himself away from her lips, he looked at her, smiling. I'm sorry, I know I promised not to touch you, but feeling you practically on top of me, well, I couldn't stop myself. But I'm not sorry we made love. He thought for sure she would cry from guilt or yell at him. He was expecting some kind of scene. He was taken by surprise when she laid her hand on his chest, stroking it with her fingertips. The way she was touching him was getting him excited once again. She was so quiet, when she spoke he had to strain to hear her. I know, neither could I. Oh, Calvin, I can't seem to be around you without wanting you. The way you make me feel, the things you do to me no one has ever done. Baby doll, what we have here, it's meant to be. There's no reason why we can't be together. Like we talked about years ago, a life together, marriage, children, we can have all that now. He looked at her with love in his eyes. No, she said, looking away, wrapped the sheet around her small frame and slid out of bed. Turning to look back at him, her lips trembled. No, it's too late for us. I'm getting married, and since I can't control myself around you, I'm going back to my place. The fact that he was naked didn't stop him from jumping out of bed and going over to her. He placed his hands on her bare shoulders. You can't go back there, it's too dangerous. Whoever destroyed your home might come back. Her heart was breaking when she looked at him. Being around you is dangerous. I can't control myself when I'm around you, she said, tears stinging her eyes. Then why fight it? Dawn, give yourself to me. She pulled away. No, I'm marrying Michael. That is, if he'll still have me after I tell him about us. Calvin became angry. He couldn't believe that she was still planning on marrying that man. He knew she was keeping something from him, but what? Are you kidding me? You're still going to marry him, even though you have feelings for me? Seeing how angry he was, she backed away before answering. Yes, you and I had sex, that's all it was. Calvin had never been this angry with anyone before and couldn't control his temper when he lashed out. Sex, that's all this was to you? Just sex? Well, to hell with you, Dawn. Go ahead and marry Michael. Live life with a man who will never be able to satisfy you, in or out of bed. I no longer give a damn. She was shocked by his angry outburst. Calvin, Be quiet. I don't want to hear anything else from you. But I'm telling you this. You will stay here till I know it's safe for you to go back. And don't worry, I'll not lay another hand on you. She watched as he pulled on a pair of jeans and grabbing a shirt walked out. Leaving her stunned, she saw how he looked at her with hate in his eye. She knew she wouldn't have to worry about him trying anything again. That thought should have made her happy, but it didn't. The tension between the two was becoming unbearable. She felt it would be better if there was some distance between them. So she decided to go over to her ranch and get started on cleaning the mess left by the people who had broken in. He only grunted when she told him her plans. When she got to the ranch, she saw several people already busy at work. She knew it was Calvin's doing. He had said he'd take care of it. It was also the reason he didn't argue when she said she was coming here, knowing there would be people around her. After introducing herself, she rolled up her sleeves and got right to work. 3 hours later, she was taping up boxes when Calvin walked in, looking all hot and dirty. She could tell he was still angry with her. Place is shaping up nicely, he commented in a gruff voice. Yes, it is. And thanks for hiring these people. A couple more days, and I'll be able to move back in. He whirled around to face her, letting his eyes sweep over her body. Yeah, right. I'm heading home. Don't stay here alone. Leave when everyone else does. He turned and walked out. The look he had given her said it all, that there was no way she was moving back in here. She felt a lump forming in her throat. He was being so cold towards her. She missed his warmth and protective way. But she knew she only had herself to blame. Perhaps it was better this way, that he disliked her. It would make things so much easier when she left, for the both of them. Everyone was getting ready to leave for the day. She did not want to have another argument with Calvin, so she locked up and headed back to his place. She found him in the kitchen making dinner. His back to her, he didn't bother looking up when she entered the room. Dinner will be ready in 30 minutes. That will give you time to shower if you want. She waited for him to look her way, but he didn't. He continued what he was doing. So she tossed her keys on the counter and walked out. Her muscles were sore and aching. She felt so hot and sticky. The thoughts of soaking in a warm bubble bath sounded good to her. The silence between them during dinner was awkward, but then he pointed to the lone key that lay next to her car keys. "That's an odd-looking key. What's it for?" he asked, sounding grumpy. Frowning, she looked over at the key. "I don't know. One of the cleaners found it. I can't figure out what it opens." Getting up, he walked over and picked up the key, examining it. "This is a really old key. Where was it found?" "That's the weird part. She found it in the fireplace." "In the fireplace," he said, looking at Dawn. "Yup, apparently a brick fell out, and she saw it laying in the hole." His mind was spinning with all kinds of thoughts. "That's a strange place to put a key. Have you ever seen it before?" Walking over, she took the key from him and stared at it. It was unlike any she had ever seen before. She shook her head no. She knew she would have remembered it. "Think back, Dawn. You must have seen it. Maybe you saw your father with it." She turned and gave him a dirty look. She felt as if he was treating her like an idiot. "I told you I've never seen it before." She snapped at him.
"Do you mind if I take this key over to your place and look around?"
"No, I don't mind, but I'm coming with you." He rolled his eyes at her. "I wasn't planning on leaving you here alone," he answered rudely. She decided to ignore his rude behavior, and when they finished washing up, headed over to her ranch. Chapter 14. "Okay, let's start in the basement," he said when they got there. Dawn made a face. She hated the basement. It was damp and dirty and had always given her the creeps. Ugh, it's so dark and spooky down there. He couldn't help the smile that broke out across his face when he looked at her. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of spiders?" "Only the big ones," she replied. Flipping on the light switch, the damp, musty air hit them like a ton of bricks. It was nasty, but they tried to ignore it as they got busy. Calvin tried several trunks, but the key didn't fit any of them. Even went as far as trying the key in things that weren't locked. After an hour of rooting through cupboards and boxes, Dawn noticed some suitcases. They were up high above some shelves. Grabbing the ladder, she dragged it over and started climbing up. Taking hold of the handle on the cases, let them fall to the floor. Calvin looked over just as the ladder began to wobble. She let out a scream when it toppled over. He got there in time to catch her in his arms. His eyes stared into hers as he held her. "You should be more careful. I'm not always going to be around to catch you," he said with a hint of impatience in his voice. Putting her down, he suggested they look upstairs. After 3 hours of searching and finding nothing, they headed back to Calvin's ranch. "I don't think this key belongs to anything. I should throw it away," she said to him as she stared at it. "No, hang on to it. You never know," he told her. She sighed and dropped the key into her purse. Her arms were aching, and she was dying for a cold drink. That night he made no attempt to get her into his bed, though he wanted to. Earlier, when he caught her in his arms and looked into her eyes, he had a strong urge to kiss her. It took all his willpower not to. He lay in bed, slightly aroused, knowing she was only 2 doors away. In the morning, he went down to the kitchen and heard Dawn talking on the phone. He stood back out of sight, listening. "Michael, I'm coming home." "Why not?" "But I don't want to stay here any longer." "But, okay, you're right. Goodbye, Michael." Hanging up, she spots Calvin standing there, leaning against the door. "Do you always listen in on other people's private conversations?" she asked, glaring at him. "No," he replied, ignoring the sarcasm in her voice. "He doesn't want you to go back. Why?" "Michael thinks it best if I stay and take care of the sale of the ranch. Oh, I forgot to tell him about the key." Calvin poured himself a cup of coffee and refilled her cup. Why would he care? He wouldn't. But he did want me to tell him if I found anything unusual. Giving Dawn a curious glance, he had to ask, "Why?" "Why what?" she asked. "Why would he ask you that? What was he expecting you to find?" She was becoming annoyed with Calvin. I don't know. I guess he's just curious. God, what's with all these questions? The key. Do you still have it? Yes, why? Let me have it. I'm going to put it in a safe place for now. Handing him the key, she asked, Why? What's going on? Sitting across from her, he looked at the key. I'm not sure, but my gut tells me that this key is important to someone. Think about it, Dawn. Your house was turned upside down. This key was hidden in the fireplace. I think whoever was responsible for wrecking your place was looking for this key. I wonder why your father would hide it there. She shook her head, trying to soak it all in. But it does not open any of the locks in the house or anything inside. Well, it opens something, and important enough that whoever wants it will go to any length to get it. Until then, you could be in danger. The moment he said that he wished he hadn't, after seeing the fear in her eyes. Danger, she gasped. But I don't know anything. She felt her head spinning and broke out in a cold sweat, seeing how pale she turned when and got her a drink of water. Squatting down in front of her took her hand in his. You don't have to be afraid. I'll never let anyone hurt you. Looking into his eyes, she knew she would be safe with him. Thank you, Calvin. I know you'll keep me safe. There was a moment of awkward silence between them till she stood up. Well, good night. The next morning during breakfast, he told her he had some repairs to do on the ranch. That's fine. I'll just stay here and make a few phone calls. No, you're coming with me. I've told you before that I'm not letting you out of my sight, so you might want to change into a pair of jeans. When they got to the fence that he had to repair, he jumped out of the truck and pulled out the supplies that he needed, and then he handed her a pair of work gloves. Why do I need these? She asked. To protect your hands. You have beautiful soft hands. I'd hate to see them get cut. Blushing, she turned away, slipping on the gloves. He was always saying things like that to her, and it was embarrassing. Holding the wood in place so that he could attach them to the post, she had to admire the way he worked so fast and efficiently, and seeing his muscles rippling while he worked kind of turned her on. She found herself wanting him as she breathed in his scent. It was hot, and when she saw the sweat running down his face, she grabbed a clean cloth, went over and wiped his face. He looked down at her and smiled. It was just an act of kindness on her part, but it made his temperature rise being that close to her. Thanks, he said, knowing she had no idea what she was doing to him. It was getting late by the time they finished up, so he suggested going into town for a beer and a bite to eat. Unfortunately, Ginger was working, and her face lit up when she saw him. Good to see you, lover, she said, then glanced over at Dawn. Ginger was wearing short shorts, the kind where you could see her butt cheeks, and a top so low in the front you could see she wasn't wearing a bra. He became annoyed, as well as embarrassed, when Ginger removed his hat and ran her long painted nails through his hair. Moving away and putting the hat back on told her to bring them a couple of beers and burgers. Once Ginger was gone, Dawn smiled at him. Is that one of your girlfriends? He shook his head. No, she's just a very friendly girl. And have you slept with her? He sat back and smiled as he studied her face before answering. If I had, would you be jealous? Oh, please, why would I be? I'm getting married, or have you forgotten? She held up her ring finger to show him the ring.
You're not wearing a ring,
he said, raising an eyebrow. Looking at her hand, she suddenly felt foolish. I forgot I removed it when we went to fix the fence. I didn't want it to get damaged. Good, he thought to himself. I hated seeing that damn thing on her finger. If she was going to be wearing a ring, it should be from him. Ginger came back with the food, and giving Dawn a dirty look turned to Calvin. So who is this? Meet Dawn Hayworth. Are you new in town, Miss Hayworth? She asked in a taunting tone. I used to live here years ago. I'm only back to sell my father's ranch, then I'll be leaving. Good, Ginger muttered under her breath, but both Dawn and Calvin heard her. A while later, Ginger came back over with more beer. She tipped one over, spilling it all over Dawn's lap. "Oh, I'm so sorry," she said with a smirk on her face. Jumping up, she looked at Ginger. She knew the woman had done it on purpose, and was about to say so when Calvin spoke up.
"Damn it, Ginger. There was no need for that. Now go get the lady a towel." Then he turned to Dawn. "I'm sorry about that."
She tried wiping her jeans with some napkins. "It's all right." "No, it's not. Let's get out of here. I have some beer at home." Tossing money on the table and giving Ginger a look of disgust lead Dawn out of the bar. At home, he handed her a beer. "Here, I promise I won't dump it on you." When she smiled at him, it warmed his heart. She made it so hard for him to stay mad at her. "Ginger has the hots for you." He chuckled. "She has the hots for any man wearing a pair of pants." "Well, she sure doesn't like me," she said as she took a swallow of her beer. "That's only because she's jealous of you. You're very beautiful, and Ginger wants to be the only woman that men look at. If you want to go out with her, I'll be okay here by myself."
"Well, I don't."
He snapped at her. "You don't have to bite my head off. Why are you so angry?" He felt bad for being so sharp with Dawn. "I'm not angry. I'm sorry for snapping at you. I did go out with her once. It was a huge mistake. I never took her out again after that." Dawn was wondering if he had slept with her, but she really didn't want to know, and it really wasn't any of her business. After all, she was engaged to someone and Calvin was a free man to do what he wanted. So why did she feel a twinge of jealousy at the thought of him sleeping with another woman? She did not want to hear about the date, so she changed the subject. "I have to go see the real estate agent tomorrow to sign some papers." Chapter 15. "Okay, I'll take you," he told her when she said she had to see the real estate agent in the morning. "You don't have to. I can go myself." "No, you can't," he barked. She whirled around to face him, anger crossing her face. "I beg your pardon. I told you before, I'm not letting you out of my sight." She was starting to feel like a child the way he was treating her. "Oh, for crying out loud, I'm not a child, so stop treating me like one." Calvin found it quite amusing the way she stood before him, with her hands on her hips, trying to look all tough and defiant. "Then don't act like one. I said I'm taking you, and that's the end of this discussion." Turning to walk away, Dawn stepped in front of him. "You're being bossy and a bully. What do you think could possibly happen to me in broad daylight?" He towered over her as he looked down. "Maybe nothing, but I'm not willing to take any chances." Dawn was so annoyed with him, she waved her hands in the air, as if brushing him off. "Why do you care what happens to me anyways?" It happened so fast Dawn didn't have time to react. Calvin grabbed and pulled her into his arms, growling, "I just do." Then his lips came crashing down on her lips in a long and passionate kiss. Then just as quickly he released her, said goodnight, and went to bed, leaving her standing there, weak in the knees, wanting more. The kiss was so intense, crushing her lips, leaving them sore and throbbing. Yet she liked it. Her whole body felt as though it were on fire. Calvin tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He shouldn't have kissed her, but she looked so damn cute when she was mad. Her lips tasted like fresh strawberries, her body soft against his. There was no doubt in his mind that he was still deeply in love with her. He wanted her, but she had made it clear she didn't want him, and that sex was out of the question. He had finally fallen asleep, but not without dreaming about her, causing him to become aroused. He cursed Dawn for having this effect on him. She was the only woman who could infuriate him as well as light his desire at the same time. The next morning when she came down the stairs, he was so blown away. Her beauty took his breath away. She wore a light green dress, matching the color of the green specks in her brown eyes. It was short and hugged her curves. Hair hung down over her shoulders, a gold chain hung around her slender neck. the very neck he so enjoyed kissing. Calvin's mind started to drift, getting lost in his thoughts. Why does she have to look so damn hot? I could totally do her without removing that dress. All I would have to do is hike it up, pull down the panties and… Calvin. He was shaken from his daydream when he heard Dawn calling his name. What? He asked, feeling himself, for the first time, blushing. I asked if you were ready to go. Where did you drift off to just now? He smiled and thought to himself if only she knew. Nowhere. Let's go. Sitting in the office, he stretched out his legs, arms crossed, and his hat was pulled down over his eyes. Due to the lack of sleep from the night before, he was close to drifting off when his phone rang. Sitting up, he answered it. Dawn sat next to him. Hello? Yes, speaking. What's the problem? There was a slight pause before he spoke again. Can't it wait? Okay, I'll be there as soon as I can. Hanging up, he saw Dawn watching him. Is there a problem? She could tell he was upset and struggling with something. That was the bank. There's a problem with one of my accounts. I need to go and take care of it. Well, go, she said, waving her hand. It will have to wait. I'm not leaving you alone. Really, Calvin, you should go. I could be here for quite some time. He did not feel comfortable with leaving her alone. Anything could happen. No, the bank could wait. Dawn knew he was struggling with whether to go or not. Really, Calvin, I'll be fine. It's daytime, and I'm in an office surrounded by people. What could go wrong? Go. All right, I'll go. I won't be long. Wait for me. Do not leave this office. Okay, I'll wait here till you get back. He was walking out the door when she called out to him. Thank you for caring about me. I mean my safety. Giving her a smile, he left, only to return an hour later to find no sign of her. He was so angry he cursed. Why can't she ever do what she's told? The woman at the desk told him she left 10 minutes ago, so he went in search of her. Looking in all directions, he once again cursed. Where the hell are you? He stopped several people, giving them a description of Dawn and what she was wearing. No one had seen her. He walked a couple of blocks when he heard a commotion coming from an alleyway. Dashing over, he stopped dead in his tracks and felt his blood boiling with rage. 2 men were with Dawn. One was holding her, his hand clamped over her mouth as she struggled. The other man had dumped her purse on the ground, rooting through the contents. Get your damn hands off her, Calvin shouted. The men looked up when they heard him. The one holding Dawn gave her a hard shove, sending her falling to the ground, and took off running. Yelling at Dawn to stay put, he took after the 2 men, but lost them when they jumped into a dirty white van and sped away. Son of a bitch, he cursed. Hurrying back to Dawn, he found her surrounded by a small group of people. Pushing his way through the crowd, got down on his knees and pulled her into his arms. She clung to him, sobbing. It's okay, baby, I'm here now, he said, holding her tight. Oh, Calvin, I was so scared. He felt her body trembling as he stroked her cheek tenderly. Did they hurt you? Are you hurt? With tears in her eyes, she pointed to her ankle. I think I twisted my ankle when I fell. Calvin yelled out for someone to get the sheriff. He's out of town. A woman answered as she handed Dawn her purse. He thanked the woman and asked her if she knew where Dr. Smith was, since she was the doctor's receptionist, and was told he was away delivering the White's baby. Still, with his eyes on Dawn, he gave her a reassuring smile. I'll get you home and have a look at that ankle. Picking her up carried her to the truck. She was so touched by the gentle way he was treating her, and the look of deep concern in his eyes when he kneeled in front of her, holding and stroking her cheek. She rested her head on his shoulder when he carried her upstairs and into his bedroom, putting her down on the bed. Now, let's take a look at your ankle, he said as he went to reach for her leg. Wait, she said, putting her hand on his arm. Why did you bring me in here, into your room? running a hand through his hair nervously. He wasn't sure why himself. It just felt right. I thought you'd be more comfortable in this bed. Don't worry, I'll sleep in the other bedroom. Now let's see that ankle. Taking her ankle softly in his hand and feeling it, she let out a small cry of pain. It's only a mild sprain, no broken bones. After rubbing her ankle, he leaned over, giving it a tender kiss. Something stirred deep inside her. The way he kissed her ankle, so tender, so touching. Yet it excited and sent a tingling sensation coursing throughout her entire body. He then got up, going to the bathroom. Returning with a damp cloth and towel sat on the edge of the bed. He then wiped her face and hands with the wet cloth, then applied lotion to the cuts on her hands. This cream will take care of the cuts and soften your hands at the same time. He looked up, giving her a warm smile. Thank you, she said, smiling back at him.
I'll be right back.
He then left the room and returned with one of her nightgowns in his hands. Here, put his on, he said as he handed it to her. Dawn swallowed the lump in her throat. He intended for her to spend the night in his bed. She wasn't sure what to think, but then he did say he would sleep in the other room. Okay, but turn around. He tilted his head and smiled. Why? I have seen you naked, and not that long ago. She turned red, very much aware of how much of her he had seen. Please, Calvin, turn around or leave the room. He turned around and crossed his arms, a grin on his face, and thought to himself, after what we've done to each other, and all she did to me, now she's being modest. Okay, you can turn around now. Let's get you settled under the covers, and I'll get you something for the pain. Stay put, and I mean it this time. He returned with a glass of water and something for the pain. Here you go, these will make you feel better. Dawn couldn't stop her hand from shaking when she held the glass to her mouth. She looked up at him, and a single tear fell down her cheek. Why is this happening to me? She asked. It tore at his heartstrings to see her looking so scared and fragile. He wiped away the tear with his thumb. I don't know. But what I want to know is why didn't you stay in that office like I told you to? Because you told me to meet you outside. Looking at her, he frowned. What are you talking about? When I left, I told you to wait there. A little boy came in and said you sent him in to tell me. He called you by name, and I had no reason not to believe a child.
I swear I didn't, Dawn.
My God, you were deliberately tricked into leaving the office, but by who? Someone must have been watching us, Calvin. How else would they have known you weren't with me? She jumped when she heard a loud banging coming from downstairs. Calvin took her hands in his. It's okay, it's only the sheriff. He's here to ask you a few questions. I'll bring him up. Chapter 16. The sheriff, an older man in his late 50s, with a round face and an even rounder belly, walked in and sat down. Hello again, Miss Hayworth. I'm sorry to hear what happened to you. Were you hurt? Just my ankle, but it's only a mild sprain, she answered back. Can you tell me what happened? What all was said? Calvin sat down on the bed next to Dawn. Without realizing she was doing it, reached out and slipped her hand into Calvin's, their fingers intertwined. They came out of nowhere. I was grabbed from behind and dragged into the alleyway. I tried to scream, but the one holding me covered my mouth with his hand. He was a heavy-set man. The other one was tall and thin. He had a lot of acne on his face. He grabbed my purse and dumped the contents onto the ground. The sheriff was writing in his notebook. He stopped, looking at Dawn. Did they say anything to you? Well, not to me directly. The one holding me kept yelling at the thin one to hurry up and keep looking. Look for what? The sheriff asked. I don't know, but the thin man said all he could find were car keys. When she looked at Calvin, her eyes widened in fear. They were looking for a key. It has to be the key that was found in my father's house. It makes sense, doesn't it? What key? The sheriff asked. The two explained all about the key, and he agreed that the destruction of the house and the mugging were related. The sheriff scratched his chin. Did anything else happen since you've been back to town? She looked at Calvin, then at the sheriff. When I first got here, 3 days later someone was in my house while we were out riding. The fuses were removed and found laying on the basement floor. Interesting. Who else knows about the key? The sheriff asked as he kept writing in the notebook. Calvin answered, just Dawn and myself, also the cleaning lady who found the key. Dawn cleared her throat. There is one other person that knows. Both Calvin and the sheriff looked at her, and at the same time asked who. Michael, I told him. Who is Michael? Sheriff asked. My fiancé. Your fiancé? The sheriff repeated. He was confused when he looked at the two holding hands. He raised an eyebrow at Calvin, who only shrugged his shoulders. Looking away from Calvin asked, when were you talking to him? This morning. He called just before we left for my appointment. She saw the look that the two men gave one another and knew what they were thinking. What? You two don't think he had anything to do with what's been happening? Michael is in Paris. Besides, he would never do anything to put me in any danger. Somehow Calvin had doubts about that. Think about it, Dawn. He keeps asking you if you found anything out of the ordinary. You tell him about the key and right away you get mugged, and they were looking for a key. It's too much of a coincidence. Dawn felt ill, her stomach twisted in knots. At this point, she no longer knew what to think or what to believe. Could Michael be involved in some way? No, she wouldn't believe it. Can I see this key? Sheriff asked. Calvin stood up. Of course, it's downstairs. Why don't you go down and pour yourself a coffee? I'll be right down. Thanks, I could use a cup. I'll have a word with the cleaning lady, and I'll call Paris. The authority there will talk to this Michael guy. Sheriff, do you think you'll find the men who mugged me? I've got a good description of the two men. If they're still around, we'll find them. You take care now, miss. Leaning over, Calvin touched her cheek in a tender gesture. Get some sleep. I'll bring up some dinner for you soon. She liked the feel of his touch. It felt so warm and comforting. She looked up at him, her eyes taking in his face, which showed so much concern for her. You won't leave, will you? Seeing how scared she looked, he bent down and kissed her forehead. I'm not going anywhere. Now get some rest. Downstairs, the two men sat, coffee in front of them, as the sheriff looked at the key. This is an unusual key. It looks like an old safety deposit box key, one that was used back in my grandfather's day. I'll check into it. Calvin nodded. Tell me something, son. What's the story on Miss Haworth and this Michael guy? I only ask because I couldn't help but notice how close you two seem to me. Dawn and I go way back. We were high school sweethearts, very much in love. As for Michael, I've never met him, but I know I don't trust him. I'm hoping to change her mind about marrying him. Good luck, Calvin. I can see there's love there between you two. You take care of that little lady. Anyone can see she is scared. I will, sir. I don't plan on letting her out of my sight again. Calvin liked Sheriff Walker. He came to take over as sheriff shortly after Dawn left town. When she left, he went wild, drinking and running around with the wrong crowd. Getting into trouble with the law, it was Sheriff Walker that helped him to turn his life around. He owed a lot to him. Making some sandwiches and cutting up fruit took it upstairs. She was fast asleep, and he didn't have the heart to wake her. So setting the tray down, he sat in the chair next to the bed and watched her as she slept. Her long golden blonde hair was fanned out on the pillow, lips slightly parted. Her chest rose and fell with every breath she took. Watching her sparked the fire in the pit of his belly. Dawn opened her eyes. Seeing him watching her, she whispered his name. Calvin. He got up and sat on the bed next to her. Did I wake you? No, she said, smiling at him. When she smiled, it melted his heart. She had such a sweetness about her. After a moment of silence, he told her he made her a sandwich. Looking over at the tray, she smiled. Thanks, it looks delicious. Dawn, I have a bad feeling about Michael. She frowned. He couldn't possibly have anything to do with this. He has never been here, nor did he know my father. Calvin placed his hand on her cheek. She could be so naive, he thought to himself. His anger rose when he saw the beginning of a bruise under her eye. Those bastards, they've given you a black eye. If I ever get my hands on them, I'll kill them. Dawn tilted her head, letting it nestle against his hand. Tingles of electric awareness shot through her like a bolt of lightning. Then she felt his lips on hers, soft and tender at first, but soon turned more heated and demanding. He slid his tongue inside, exploring, teasing. She had not the strength or willpower to stop him. He felt his desire for her growing. He did not want to stop. Pulling away, he looked down at her, wondering if she wanted him to stop. But then she wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer for a kiss. That was all it took for him to realize she wanted him as much as he wanted her. In one swift movement, he pulled the covers off her, pulling her into his arms. Laying Dawn down, he kissed her with a wild hunger, his hand moving up her leg till it reached that spot between her thighs. Dawn felt herself getting wet as she moaned and squirmed when his fingers moved inside her, stroking softly as he moved deeper, going in and out. Dawn no longer felt as if she had any control over her body as she wriggled beneath his touch, her hips moving to the beat of his strokes. She could feel her gown sliding down her shoulders as his lips moved down her neck till he reached her breasts. When he began sucking lightly on the nipple, she cried out in pleasure, feeling them going hard when his teeth nipped at them. "Oh, Calvin," she cried out. With regret, he managed to pull away from Dawn, pulling the nightgown down past her hips till he had removed it. Getting up, he quickly removed his pants. His eyes roamed over her body as she lay there, waiting for him. Calvin's body was on fire, every part of him aching to be inside her, to feel the warmth of her wrapped around his throbbing erection. She sat up in bed, taking in the beauty of his muscled torso. When he got back into bed, she pulled him in close for a kiss, their bodies glued together in a tight embrace. Lips locked together, he lowered her slowly back down onto the bed. The feel of Calvin's hard body resting heavily on top of hers, the way flesh on flesh felt, sent her wild with desire. Only he had ever made her feel this way, back when they were young, and even now. Feeling how hard he was against her, she could think of nothing else but having him inside her. "Oh God, Calvin, I want you inside me now," she moaned out loud. He was enjoying the taste and feel of her nipple in his mouth as he sucked on them, savoring the taste of her. Moving from one breast to the other when he heard Dawn's cries, she was begging him to take her. He wanted to do so much more, but could not refuse her anything. Taking her legs, put them over his shoulders, and with ease he slowly entered her. He loved watching Dawn as he made love to her, the way she was enjoying it, and the way she looked with her eyes closed, lips slightly parted when she moaned. He wanted to please her. She deserved the best in lovemaking, to know how it really should be. Something he was sure she was lacking in her life. He could hear her harsh, ragged breathing when her body shook violently, screaming his name over and over when she came. She lay exhausted, letting him move her legs down. He was still inside when he lay on top of her. She felt his erection throbbing and knew he wasn't finished with her and was anxiously waiting for more. Calvin was ready for his own relief. The faster he pumped inside her, the harder he became till he heard her call out his name. He exploded like a volcano erupting. Laying on top, he showered her neck in soft feather-like kisses. "Hell, Dawn, you are the only woman who has this effect on me," he said as his breathing slowed down. With her legs still wrapped around Calvin's waist, she clasped his shoulders. Tears pricked her eyes. She had missed him. All these years apart, she had never gotten over him, never stopped loving him. "I don't want to let go of you," she said, barely in a whisper. Feeling her lips on his neck, he found himself getting hard again. "How is that possible?" he thought to himself. Before either of them knew it, he was moving intimately inside her again. Smiling, he looked down at her. Now look at what you've gone and done. He then took her once again, bringing them both to a new height of pleasure. They drifted off to sleep, Dawn curled up in his arms. Chapter 17. Dawn woke to the smell of bacon frying and knew Calvin was cooking them breakfast. Smiling as she stretched, her hand going to where he had slept. His side of the bed was still warm, and his scent still lingered. She decided to take a quick shower before going down. Getting up, she felt no embarrassment as she walked to the bathroom naked. It felt right. As the warm water flowed over her body, she could still feel Calvin's body on her, how it felt when he made love to her. From what she remembered, he was always a good lover, gentle and loving. But now he was so much more skilled, making love with so much passion, so intense. Taking his time, making sure her needs were met. He did things to her she never dreamed of, giving her the most intense pleasure ever. With her heart all warm and body glowing from the aftermath of their lovemaking, she dried off. Seeing his shirt hanging on the bathroom door hook, put it on. Anxious to feel his arms around her, hurried downstairs. She no longer felt guilty about what she and Calvin were doing. How could she? They had a connection, a bond, an even bigger bond that he would never know about, for she could not tell him. And all those years ago, when they were in love, and he had taken her virginity, she knew the true meaning of love. And now it wasn't just that the sex was amazing. It was because she was still in love with him, and always would be. If only it could last, but for his sake, she would have to leave. Hurrying down the stairs, she called out his name, then stopped in the doorway. He was not alone. With him was a man, around the same age as Calvin. Both men turned to look at her, and seeing what she was wearing, smiled. Suddenly she felt naked and exposed as she stood there in nothing but his shirt. Looking away from the man to Calvin, she stammered, "Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had company." The man gave her a friendly smile. She liked his smile. It was genuine, and she felt as if she should know him. "Dawn, you remember Hank from high school?" he said with a grin on his face, liking what she had on. Hank held out his hand to shake hers. "Hi, Dawn. It's been a long time, and look at you, all grown up. It's great seeing you again." "Yes, it's good seeing you again. But if you two men will excuse me, I'll just run up and put some clothes on." The men watched as she left the room. Hank then turned to Calvin, a wide grin on his face. "I thought you said you were going to stay as far away from her as you could." "It's not what you think, Hank," he answered. "Like hell, it's not. She's in your home, wearing nothing but your shirt. And you, my friend, have one hell of a smile on your face. I haven't seen you looking this happy in years." Calvin turned back to frying the bacon and eggs. "She had to stay here. It wasn't safe at her place. I'm only protecting her from harm." Hank turned serious when he looked at his lifelong friend. "She has turned into a very beautiful woman. What about you, Calvin? Who's going to protect you from Dawn?" He turned and smiled at Hank. "I don't need protection from Dawn." Hank laid his hand on the other man's shoulder. "Have you forgotten the shape you were in when she left you years ago? What's going to happen when she goes back to Paris?" Calvin whirled around on him, anger clear in his voice. He didn't like hearing what it was like when she had left. He had turned into an angry young man, getting into trouble with the law. "Dawn didn't leave me. Her father sent her away. As far as her going back to Paris, I plan on changing her mind." "What about this man she is going to marry?" Hank asked. Calvin shook his head. "Oh, believe me, that's never going to happen." Dawn returned minutes later, fully dressed, and joined them for breakfast. She hadn't realized how hungry she was till her stomach growled. They told Hank everything that had been going on. "And you say this key was hidden in the fireplace?" Hank asked, staring at it. "Yes," she answered. Hank held the key in his hand. "I wonder what it opens." "We were wondering the same thing," Calvin said when he looked at Dawn. Laying the key down, Hank shook his head. I guess the mystery is buried along with Mr. Haworth. You may never find out. She picked up the key and stared at it, her mind going into overdrive. She couldn't stop thinking that whatever it opens was still inside the house, maybe the fireplace. This key was buried in the fireplace. What if the thing it opens is also in the fireplace? She could be right, Hank replied. Calvin looked at her. That would mean tearing the fireplace apart. The excitement of unlocking a mystery excited her. Let's do it. Hank winked at her. I know someone who can rebuild it for you in no time. If you like, I can help you tear it apart. She turned to Calvin. How about it? Can we do it? He heard the excitement in her voice, and the sparkle was back in her eyes. Yes, if you're sure that's what you want to do. I do, she answered. Hank stood up to leave. Count me in, but not today. It's my anniversary, and there's a party at my place tonight. I want you both there, say around 8 o'clock. The fireplace can wait one more day. As he was walking out, he stopped to look at the pair. Oh, and don't mention to Susan that I ate when I was here. That darn woman is always on me about my weight. While they were washing up, he started thinking about what Hank had said about Dawn leaving. What if he couldn't stop her from going? The thought of losing her again was tearing him apart inside. His heart was breaking. Dawn noticed how quiet Calvin had become ever since Hank left. She moved behind him, and since he wasn't wearing a shirt, reached out her hand and touched the scars on his back, lightly running her fingers over the faded scars that were still so visible. She felt him stiffen, then she placed her lips on his back, her lips tracing along the scars. Tears pricked her eyes at the thought of Calvin, enduring so much pain at the hands of her father. To her horror, he turned angrily around, grabbing her wrists tightly. She gasped out in pain, not understanding why he was so mad. Calvin, you're hurting me. Feeling terrible about hurting Dawn, he released her. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. She rubbed her wrists, a tear in her eye when she looked up at him. It's okay. I'm the one who's sorry. I didn't mean to upset you. Taking her hands, he kissed her wrists, then looked at her. It wasn't you, baby doll. Lowering his mouth, he kissed her with an intense hunger, one that left her breathless and trembling. Closing her eyes, she let out a soft moan. It was all the encouragement he needed. Scooping her up in his arms, carried her back to bed. They wasted no time in tearing off each other's clothes, making love as though their lives depended on it, totally draining them. Laying on his back, the sweat rolling off him, he turned to look at her. Christ, Dawn, if we keep going on this way, it's going to kill me. When did you become such a wild cat? In a soft, timid voice, she whispered. When I met you again. She looked into his eyes. Taking her hand, he kissed it, his eyes going to her ring finger. You're not wearing the diamond. No, she answered. I can't marry Michael, not after I've cheated on him. Not until I can get you out of my system, out of my head. Calvin felt his muscles tightening as the anger swept through him like a raging fire. Wait one damn minute. What the hell does that mean? He demanded. She pulled the covers over her and looked up at Calvin. I only meant that until I can get over you, I can't marry anyone. What about us? Why do you have to get over me? We got something special going on here, can't you see that? Tears stung her eyes. A sob broke free when she spoke. The sexual attraction between us is overwhelming, but it's not enough. Your life is here, mine is back in Paris. She felt terrible, knowing she was hurting him. So what are you saying? That this is just a fling, that you're using me to satisfy your needs till you go back to your boring life, with Michael or whoever. Jumping out of bed in anger, he pulled on his pants. No, Calvin, that's not what I meant, and I'm not using you. But he stopped her from talking when he yelled. Shut up, Dawn. I don't want to hear it. I'm sick of all the mixed messages you've been giving me. He went to walk out but stopped, looking at her. "This is my room, get the hell out," he barked at her. She was hurt and shocked by his reaction and the way he was talking to her. This was not the kind, soft-spoken man she knew. This was a Calvin she didn't like, and she too became angry. So getting out of bed, she boldly walked past him, naked. He watched her leave. He was sure she was swaying her hips more than necessary, and couldn't help thinking she looked damn good from this angle. As mad as he was with her, his body sprang to life. Looking down, he cursed his body for betraying him. Chapter 18. Calvin spent most of the day outside, ignoring Dawn. He refused to eat the meal she had cooked for him. She was furious with him, so tossing the food into the garbage, she stormed outside to confront him. "Is this how it's going to be? Well, if you want your dinner, it's in the trash." All he did was grunt loudly, his back still to her. She threw the towel she was holding, hitting him in the back with it. "Damn you, Calvin Fisher, aren't you going to say anything at all?" Picking up the towel, his eyes narrowed when he looked at her. "Go get ready for the party," he growled. "Go yourself, you jerk. I'm not going anywhere with you." Turning, she walked away in a huff, going back inside. No sooner did she get inside the door when she felt his hand on her arm. Turning her around to face him, he backed her up against the wall. His face was so close to hers that she had no choice but to look him in the eyes. "Hank is my best friend, and he's expecting me to be there. I'm going. So that means you're going too. Now go change, or do I have to do it for you?" He gave her a look that said he wasn't kidding. Pulling her arm from his grip, "Shove him back. Stay away from me. I don't need your help." She stormed up the stairs and slammed the door behind her. She was so angry with him and wanted to slap him. But when he held her up against the wall, her heart started racing. His touch sent shivers racing through her. She fought back the urge to reach out and touch him. Looking at those lips of his couldn't help the feeling of arousal that came over her. That night at Hank's, she got reacquainted with Susan and some of the others that she had gone to school with. Susan was holding a small boy, around 2 years old. Another one was tugging on her dress, this one barely 4 years old, and Susan was 8 months pregnant. When the boys spotted Calvin, they took off running towards him. Dawn watched as he got down on the ground and wrestled with them. The boys giggled when he pretended to lose the battle between them. She felt a lump forming in her throat as she watched them play. It was so obvious how much he loved kids, and she knew that someday he would make a great father. Her heart filled with so much sadness, knowing she wouldn't be the one to give him the family he so wanted and deserved. Susan interrupted Dawn's thoughts. "My boys love their Uncle Calvin." She blinked back tears. "Yes, I can see that." Susan sighed and rubbed her belly. "He will make a good father. It's all he talks about."
"You sure have your hands full with 2 little boys and another on the way," Dawn said, hoping to get off the subject of Calvin.
"I sure do. I hope this one turns out to be a girl," she said as she gave her belly another rub. "It's time for the boys' bed. Would you like to help me?" Susan asked, to which Dawn happily agrees. Calvin stood around with the guys drinking a beer, but he was also watching as Dawn scooped up the 2-year-old and carried him inside. She and the child were talking and laughing. His heart felt all warm when he saw the way she was with the child, knowing she would make a good mother. He felt a stabbing pain shoot through his heart, knowing she wanted to go back to Paris. Any hope of making Dawn his and having a family together vanished when she told him there was no future for the 2 of them.
The boys were tucked in and fast asleep. So going back outside, Dawn stood with some of the women, drinking and laughing. She would look over at Calvin and see him looking back, only to look away when she saw him.
She was feeling sad and rejected by him, so she started drinking more than she normally would. So when the Riley twins started paying extra attention to her, it boosted her ego. So she flirted back, thinking it was just some harmless fun. Calvin knew how the Riley twins could be with women and tried to warn her. "Be careful around those boys, you're headed for trouble," he said as he grabbed a hold of her arm. Let go of me, they're harmless. Don't tell me you're getting jealous, she added with sarcasm. I'm warning you, Dawn, you'd be wise to stay away from them. Just then, Bo Riley walked over to the pair and asked Dawn for a dance. Looking at Calvin, she told Bo she would love to. Taking her hand, they started dancing. Staring into Calvin's eyes, she silently dared him to do something. But she was greatly disappointed when all he did was walk away. Damn, he thought as he watched from a distance how the twins argued over who would get to dance with her. The woman had no idea what she was getting herself into. Seeing the way the twins were drooling over Dawn, he knew he'd have to keep a close eye on them. It was getting late, and when he looked around for Dawn, she was nowhere in sight. He had only taken his eyes off her for a few minutes. The twins were also gone, and having a bad feeling, he went in search of her. The twins followed behind Dawn when they saw her walking down the path toward the river, and when she stopped, they hid behind a tree, drinking beer. Grinning like a couple of kids when she removed her shoes and sat down. They waited, hoping she might take off more than just her shoes. Dawn knew she had too much to drink and needed to be alone. Feeling foolish, she wanted to clear her head. It was a beautiful night and was lit up by the full moon. Sitting down on a rock, she took off her shoes, sticking her feet in the cool water. She felt terrible about how things were between her and Calvin. She knew he was in love with her and that she had hurt him. It broke her heart to think that he would end up hating her when she leaves to go back to Paris. Hearing a noise behind her, she stood up and turned around, finding herself face to face with the Riley twins. They were holding a beer and had a sickly grin plastered on their faces. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up. Pete was the first one to speak. "Miss Haworth, you sure look pretty under the moonlight." She swallowed hard, knowing she had to get away from these two men and back to the safety of the others. She slipped her shoes back on. "Thank you. I have to get back to the party." The twins moved in front of Dawn, blocking her from leaving. "Don't go. Stay and have a drink with us. After all, it's a party." Pete held out a beer for her. Dawn shook her head no. "Oh," who appeared impatient, chimed in. "Stop wasting time, Pete. Let's get down to it." Now she was becoming scared. Her body trembled. "Down to what?" she demanded to know. Bo crept behind and grabbed her around the waist. Pete ran his fingers up and down her bare arm. "Bo and I just want to have some fun. A kiss or two, maybe more if you're willing." "Well, I'm not, so let me go," she hissed. "Come on, Miss Haworth. Don't be like that. You didn't seem to mind us earlier when we were drinking and dancing." "We were just having some fun. Now I'm leaving, so let go of me." "It's not nice to tease," Bo said to her. When Calvin heard that the twins went down the path towards the river, he followed. Something told him they were following Dawn. He got there in time and startled the twins when he bellowed out, "Let her go, boys." "Hey, Calvin," both men said in a shaky voice. "We're only having a bit of fun. We don't mean her any harm." Calvin walked closer, the muscles in his jaw twitching. He was angry, and the twins knew it. "I won't be telling you again to let go of her." Bo released Dawn and started muttering that they didn't know she belonged to him. They took off swearing at each other. Then he turned his anger onto her. "You stupid little woman. Do you not know the danger you put yourself in, flirting with them?" She felt the adrenaline pumping in her blood when he called her stupid. No one had ever called her that before, and she was not about to let him get away with it. Raising her hand, she slapped him across the face. "Don't you ever call me that again." Rubbing his face where she had slapped him, the anger he felt faded. "I'm sorry. I had no right to call you that." He did feel like a heel. Not once in his whole life had he ever disrespected a woman like that. But this one particular woman had a way of pushing his buttons. "Well, okay, but don't do it again," she said, slurring her words. "You're drunk. I'm taking you home," he said angrily. "I'm cold," she said, looking at him in a way that melted his heart. Taking off his jacket, he placed it over her shoulders. Being that close to Dawn, he almost forgot that he was mad at her. But he quickly pulled away before anything could happen. Neither one spoke on the way home. When they got there, he ordered her to bed. "My God, stop telling me what to do. I'm not a dog, you jerk," she snapped loudly at him. He grabbed her, pulling her roughly into him. Looking down at her, he snarled, "You're damn lucky I got there when I did, or those boys would have." He stopped talking, not wanting to think about what they would have done to her. Shoving her away, snapped, "Now do as I say, go to bed." The concern on Calvin's face did not escape Dawn. When he held her close, she could feel the beating of his heart, felt him becoming hard against her thighs. Her own heart was beating fast, and a wave of hot desire raced through her veins. She wanted him, wanting him to make love to her. Turning, she stumbled up to her room, where she stripped down, putting on a robe, and only a robe. Chapter 19. Calvin was fuming with anger. She had this strange power over him, and there was nothing he could do about it. She could infuriate him 1 minute, and then the next minute set his body aflame with desire. It was driving him crazy, he thought as he cursed and removed his clothes. Then he noticed her leaning against the door, watching him. "Are you enjoying the view?" he asked her sarcastically. She stood there, a wicked little grin on her face, answered back seductively, "As a matter of fact, I am." He wasn't in the mood for any of her games. "Stop it, Dawn. What the hell do you want?" Walking up to Calvin, she looked up and smiled, her finger trailing across his chest. "I wanted to thank you for coming to my rescue. You were right, I was behaving badly with those men." Her eyes moved slowly down his body and saw he was aroused. She smiled, liking the thought that she had this kind of effect on him. It was then that she knew she could have him, and that he wasn't that mad at her anymore. "Forget about it, just go to bed," he growled, annoyed that she was standing so close. "Okay," she said, smiling as she walked over to his bed and sat down. Leaning back on her hands and crossing her legs, she saw the disapproving look on his face. "What? You said to go to bed," she said in a soft, silky voice. Shaking his head, he walked over and pulled her up off the bed. "You know damn well I meant the bed in the other room. Now go." Instead of leaving, she opened her robe, letting it fall to the floor. "Do you really want me to leave?" He stood there, speechless as he looked at her naked body. His mind and body were wagering a war. Should he give in, or should he send her away? When he didn't answer, she reached up, put her arms around his neck, and pressed up against him. She felt his erection throbbing against her pelvis, but then he backed away, his voice coming out ragged. "Get out of here." "Well, if that's what you really want." She turned to walk away, but in a flash, he grabbed and turned her around to face him and cursed, "Damn you." Then crushing Dawn against him, he lowered his lips onto hers and savagely devoured them. His hand moved all over her body, touching, feeling. Then backing her towards the bed, they tumbled down. As he laid on top, he caressed every part of her. She felt so warm and soft beneath his hands. He bit and sucked lightly in places she never thought possible. What he was doing with his hands and lips had her crying out in ecstasy. "Calvin," she moaned, "take me. I need to feel you inside me." Hearing the urgency in her voice and his own desire to have Dawn, he parted her legs and slid inside that warm, moist place that he so loved being in. Placing his hands under her hips, raised them up so that he could go in deeper, moving up and down slowly at first, then going faster, thrusting harder. She started writhing and twisting beneath him as he moved intimately inside her. "Oh my God, Calvin, now," she screamed out. He had no problem giving her what she was begging for. He too was ready. His heart was beating so hard in his chest, he thought it was going to burst. Then he felt the ripple of their orgasm. It was beyond anything he had ever experienced before. Laying on top, he looked down and removed a strand of hair that had fallen across her face, and in a loving, tender voice whispered, "You must be a witch, I'm so totally under your spell. There is nothing I can ever refuse you, no matter what it is. Calvin, is don't say a word. I want more of you. Let me love you again. I need to be back inside, to feel your warmth. That night, he took her several more times. Her insides were beginning to get sore from all the pounding he was giving her. But she didn't mind. It was the best kind of sore there ever was. Calvin was worn out. He had no more to give. They finally drifted off to sleep, sleeping for hours afterward. The phone woke them with its constant ringing. Reaching over Dawn, he picked up his phone from the table, answering it in a sleepy voice. Hello. Hi, Hank. What now? He looked down at Dawn just as she opened her eyes, smiling at him. Reaching up, she stroked his chest ever so lightly, making him feel all warm inside. Okay, give us an hour. When he saw Dawn's tongue move over her bottom lip, he changed his mind. Better make that 2 hours. Hanging up, he moved back on top of her. That was Hank. He's waiting for us. Why? She asked sleepily. We were going to your place to start tearing the fireplace apart. Now? She asked as she nipped on his ear. After we shower, he said between mons. Hank was already at the ranch waiting for them when they pulled into the driveway. He had borrowed some equipment that would help dismantle the bricks. The job would prove to be harder than they thought. The two men got started on the tedious job. But first, he put his hand on her arm and leaning over whispered, You are not going to marry that man. He turned and got right to work. Dawn didn't say anything, but she had already made up her mind she wasn't going to marry Michael, and probably no one. Her heart belonged to Calvin. It always had, and it always would. She began the task of going through the rest of the house. She came across an old box that was hidden in the back of her father's closet, under a pile of clothes. Pulling it out, she set it on the bed and opened the lid. Inside were some old photos of her father as a younger man. He was standing next to a woman with light brown hair, holding a baby on her lap. Right away she knew it had to be her mother. Her father had told her that he had no pictures of his wife, her mother. Dawn's mother had died when she was only 2 years old, so she had no memories of the woman who gave birth to her. And here was a box full of pictures of that very person. Dawn sank to the floor. A tear slid down her face. Sadness and regret filled her heart. Here was another betrayal on her father's part. Packing up the pictures, she headed downstairs. Setting the box on the counter, she knew she would go through them later. But for now, she would prepare a light lunch for the two men and herself. After making sandwiches and coffee, she called them into the kitchen. Calvin could tell she was upset about something. Her eyes were glazed over as if she had been crying. Is anything wrong? She shook her head. It's nothing. Let's eat. It was clear that she didn't want to talk about it, so, for now, he would let it go. Hank gobbled his lunch down, talking between bites. I don't know, guys. It doesn't look like we're going to find anything. We've gone this far. Might as well go all the way, Calvin said, looking at Dawn and winked. She blushed, knowing there was another meaning behind his words. 4 hours later, they stopped and had a cold beer. Hank looked at his watch. Let's finish the fireplace tomorrow. I really should get back to Susan and help out with the boys. Calvin nodded in agreement. Good idea. It's getting hot, and I sure could use a shower. When he smiled at her, she knew what he had in mind, and felt a tingling sensation going from her chest right down to her inner core. Blushing, she turned her head away from his stare. Hank was gone, and Calvin turned his attention to the box sitting on the counter. This box here, does it have anything to do with you being upset earlier? What makes you think I was upset? Dawn was leaning with her back against the counter. He went over and put his hands on either side of her, resting them on the counter. I know you. I saw it in your eyes that you had been crying. Do you want to talk about it? Sighing deeply, then answered. I found pictures of my mother that I never knew existed. She went over to the box and, opening it, pulled out some to show him. This is the first time I've seen what she looks like. He hated seeing her looking so sad. She's beautiful, Dawn. She looks just like you. She broke down and cried, going into his arms, letting him comfort her. He told me he had no pictures of her. I'm so sorry, baby doll. It was cruel of your father to keep them from you. Let's go home and I'll open a bottle of wine, and we'll go through the pictures together. Would you like to do that? She looked up at him as he wiped her tears away. Yes, I would. Maybe we could stop and pick up a pizza. Taking her face in his hands, gave her a long kiss, then pulling away, he smiled. Yeah, we can do that. Chapter 20. After picking up the pizza, they headed home, opened a bottle of wine, sat down, and went through the box. There were pictures of Dawn's mother as a baby up to the time she passed away. She was very beautiful and smiling in all the pictures up to the one in her wedding dress. Calvin, do you notice how my mother is not smiling in any of the photos after she was married? Yeah, I noticed. You never told me how she died. I don't really know. Whenever I asked, I was always told she got sick. That's all my father would tell me, and got angry whenever I asked him about her. Dawn. He wanted to find the words to make her feel better, but could not think of any. Yes, Calvin. Taking her hand, pulled her off the couch. What say we go take that shower? He delighted in taking Dawn in the shower, soaping her body as he moved down. Clutching his shoulders, she knew she was about to peak. Calvin, no, she squealed. He didn't stop what he was doing. And the truth was, she didn't want him to. She tried to control herself, but couldn't. Her body began shaking, and with a loud moan called out his name. She didn't think she could take any more pleasure, but to her surprise, he was not done with her. He lifted her up and ordered her to wrap her legs around his waist. When she did, he positioned her so that he could slide inside her. Making love in the shower was something she never thought possible. But Calvin had no trouble at all, and she enjoyed it beyond her wildest dreams. Later in bed, his lips moved all over her, down her neck, between the breasts, and down to her stomach. She tried to get his attention. Calvin, I want you to know. But he didn't give her a chance to continue, as his lips went to her mouth and wouldn't stop kissing her. With her heart pounding and breasts heaving, she managed to put a hand to his mouth. Stop, she giggled. You're going to wear out my lips. I can't stop. They taste so damn good. I want you to know that I'm definitely not going to marry Michael. Before kissing her again, he laughed. I know you're not. I'm going to have to tell him. Phone him. While you're at it, tell him not to bother coming here, he said as he put his lips on her neck. I can't do that. It wouldn't be right. I owe it to Michael to tell him in person. Groaning, he laid back down, staring up at the ceiling. She knew he was not happy, so she snuggled up close. Using her fingers, she caressed his chest in a sensual way. Don't be mad at me, Calvin. When she touched his chest, it lit the fire in his groin, heat racing through him like a wildfire. How can I get mad at you when you drive me insane with wanting you? He then consumed her lips once again and slid easily inside, taking her once again. His stomach began to growl. Sitting up in bed, he looked at Dawn. I don't know about you, but I'm starving. Let's go down and finish the pizza. Yeah, I'm hungry too. He pulled on a pair of jeans and handed her his shirt. Wear this, I like seeing you in it. They sat in the kitchen, eating cold pizza and the rest of the wine from earlier. It felt right to the two of them, sitting there together, laughing and talking. Eating this late at night, I'll get fat, she said, and then giggled. I doubt that, he said as he leaned over to kiss her. But just then her phone rang. Picking it up, she looked at Calvin. It's Michael. I have to answer it. Nodding his head, he got up and started clearing the table, giving her some space. He had to bite his tongue. He didn't like her talking to that man, or any man for that fact. Hello, Michael. No, I'm fine. We need to talk. I have something to tell you. She was quiet while she listened to him. Okay, Michael, we'll talk then. He turned to her. So I take it he's still coming soon. Yes, in a couple of days. Are you okay? He asked when he saw how upset she looked. Dawn sniffed. No, I'm not. She looked up at him. A tear fell from her eye. Michael trusted me and I betrayed him, and now I'm going to break his heart. It has to be done. You can't marry a man you don't love. He hated seeing her in pain. He wanted to hold her, to take away her pain. When she started crying, he took her in his arms, holding her. It's going to be okay. Pulling away and crossing her arms, she shook her head in disgust. No, it's not going to be okay. What kind of person have I turned into? I cheated on the man to whom I promised to marry. What does that say about me? Taking her by the shoulders gave her a light shake. Nothing. You're a good, sweet, kind woman. What happened between us was meant to be. Now you realize you're not in love with him. It's good you found that out now before you married him. I still feel bad, she whispered, hanging her head down. How would you feel if it were you I was going to marry and cheated on? Taking her hand pulled her down onto his lap. If it were me, you would have no reason to be with anyone else. Putting his hand on her leg moved slowly up and under the shirt that she was wearing, fondling her breasts. He loved the feel of them, so soft yet firm. He sucked and kissed her neck, knowing she liked that. Oh, Calvin, I love when you do that, she said as she moaned and arched her head back. Shifting her around so that she was straddling him and lifting her up, he entered her. His hot, throbbing erection glided so easily inside, making her cry out. Oh my God, Calvin, oh yes, she screamed as he grinded into her, making her forget all about Michael. She hadn't even realized he had unzipped his pants when he pulled her onto his lap. That was until he lifted her up, easing her down on him, but she wasn't complaining. It felt amazing, sending her body and mind into the most exotic pleasure she had ever experienced. Straddling Calvin, she closed her eyes, resting her head on his shoulders, wrapped her arms around him.
You okay, baby doll?
He asked with ragged breath when she became quiet. That was great. I was just thinking about all the time we've missed being apart. She clung to him. If her father hadn't lied to her to keep them apart, her life could have been so different. She could have had a life with Calvin, a family. Now it was too late for all that. Taking Dawn's chin in the palm of his hand, lifted it up so that he could look into her eyes. He knew she was the only woman he could ever love. He chuckled. Well, we have been making up for lost time. Carrying Dawn upstairs and laying her down, he continued making up for all the time they missed. Chapter 21. With Hank being busy and Calvin needing to do some work around the ranch, they decided to work on the fireplace. The following day, Dawn went with him to clean the barn and feed the horses. When they were done, he pulled her into his arms. Now that we're done, why don't we test out the fresh straw? He said, smiling and looking over at the fresh straw that lay on the ground. No, what if someone walks in? She said as he kissed her neck. The boys won't be back for some time now. He then claimed her lips as his and felt her melting against him. He lowered her slowly down onto the bed of straw. As his mouth took control of hers, he was busy undoing her shirt. The barn door swung open, making the two jump to their feet. She stood behind Calvin, doing the buttons on her shirt back up. You're back early, Calvin said, his voice coming out all ragged and shaky. The man looked from Dawn to Calvin. It's past 6, he replied. Calvin looked at Dawn. Where did the time go? Let's grab a bite to eat. They packed a lunch and took it down to the river. Leaning his back against a tree, she sat between his legs. This reminds me of when we came here that first time. I even think this is the same tree we sat under, Dawn said as she thought of that day. They had skipped school, coming here instead, sitting for hours talking about what life would be like once they married. They were both an only child, and it was lonely, So they wanted a house full of kids. They pledged to always be faithful and to never let their love die. Me too, he replied. We went skinny dipping right over there. He pointed to the river. She laughed. Oh, you would remember that, wouldn't you? Let's do it now. Taking her hand, pulled her up. Calvin, no, we can't, she squealed. He started removing his clothes, smiling. Come on, Dawn, don't be a chicken. Rolling her eyes, she slowly removed her clothes. Taking her hand, they walk into the river. She let out a squeal. Oh God, it's freezing, he yelled out. Laughing, he pulled her into his arms, holding her tight against him, and gave her a passionate kiss. She wrapped her legs around him. They were fooling around, laughing and swimming, chasing each other when she suddenly stopped, looking around. Seeing how she became quiet, swam over to her. Dawn, what is it? I don't know. I get the feeling someone is watching us. She let him wrap his arms around her as he too looked around.
I don't see anything,
he said, looking into her eyes. Maybe it's my imagination, she replied. Let's get dressed. They spent the rest of the night making love. She couldn't help feeling so safe in his arms. He had always made her feel that way. If only she could stay and have a life with him, but that was not possible. So for now, with the time they had left, she would enjoy being with him. Dawn was the first one to wake up, so she took a quick shower and went down and started breakfast. As she was busy scrambling eggs, a hand came from behind, moving her hair over to the side, and Calvin's lips moved along her neck. You smell delicious, I could eat you up, saying as he sucked lightly, making her giggle. Calvin, stop. Hank will be waiting for us, she said, giving him a playful slap. They arrived at Dawn's ranch, and the two men got busy on the fireplace, leaving her to finish the upstairs. It was still early morning, and the day was turning hot. Both men were starting to sweat. When Calvin heard a knock at the door, he suddenly got a bad feeling. But ignoring the feeling, went and answered the door. There stood an older man. Calvin guessed him to be in his late 30s or early 40s. Tall, medium build, hair turning gray on the sides. He had a scowl on his face. He knew right off this must be Michael, thinking this man was not Dawn's type, and he was too old for her. What can I do for you? He asked in an unfriendly tone of voice. I'm looking for Dawn Hayworth. Are you now? And just who the hell are you? Of course, Calvin already knew the answer. The man was obliviously annoyed with Calvin and made no attempt to hide the fact. None of your damn business who I am. Now I'm asking you a question. Where is Dawn? Calvin shrugged his shoulders. Who? He asked with a smirk on his face. The other man snapped. This is the Hayworth Ranch. You know who I'm talking about. Dawn heard the sound of angry voices coming from downstairs, so she went down to see what was going on, and got there just in the nick of time. The two men were glaring at one another and tension filled the room. Michael, you're early. She looked from Michael to Calvin. Seeing Dawn coming down the stairs, he pushed past Calvin, deliberately bumping into him. Reaching Dawn, he gave her a hug, but no kiss. Calvin's hands dropped to his side and curled into fists. It angered him to see Michael touching her. He didn't like the thought of that man putting his hands on her. Yes, my darling. I couldn't wait a moment longer to see you, so I took an earlier flight. When she pulled away from him, he saw the look she exchanged with the other man. His eyes narrowed into slits when he spoke to her. Who are these men, and why are they destroying the fireplace? She saw he was angry and felt nervous when she answered. This is Calvin Fisher. He owns the ranch next to this one, and that's Hank Jackson, a friend. Michael's tone was harsh when he spoke. I asked you a question, girl, he snapped at her. Calvin did not like the way Michael was talking to her, not one little bit. She stammered. Calvin saw how she flinched. She almost seemed as though she were afraid of the man. So he spoke up. Dawn told you about the key. We think whatever it opens might be inside the fireplace. Who gave you permission to do this? Michael barked at him. Don finally found the courage to speak. I did, Michael. His head snapped sharply in her direction. Why would you do that? How are you going to sell this dump with it looking this way? It can be rebuilt. Her bottom quivered when she answered. Calvin became angry. He did not like this man or the way he was talking to her. Hey, mister, don't you talk to Don that way. Michael looked at Calvin and raised his voice. Who the hell are you to tell me how to talk to my fiancé? Calvin smirked. Fiancé, that's what you think. Michael got right in his face. What's that supposed to mean? Dawn, fearing a fight was about to break out, got in between the two men, putting her hands on their chest to keep them separated. Michael, we need to talk. It was then Michael noticed Dawn's ring finger was bare. He grabbed her wrist roughly in his hand. Where is your ring? He demanded. Seeing Dawn winced in pain from the man's grip, Calvin gave him a shove, raising his voice. Get your damn hands off her. Looking into his eyes, Michael saw the fury in them and quickly released her. With a flushed face, he turned to Dawn. Okay, you want to talk. Get your purse, and we'll go somewhere more private. Calvin was not about to let her leave with this man. He didn't trust the man and feared for her safety. She's not going anywhere, he barked.
It's not up to you, Mr.
Fisher,
Now we're leaving.
like hell you are, Calvin replied. Dawn was still standing between the two. She felt her head pounding with an oncoming headache. She looked from one man to the other. We can talk in the kitchen, Michael. Seeing the look she gave Calvin, he knew there was something going on between them. Okay, let's do this. Hank had been standing quietly in the background watching and listening. He knew Calvin well and knew how close he was to the breaking point. What's going on, pal? He asked. A smile broke out on his face when he looked at Hank. She's going to tell that jerk the wedding is off. You're still in love with her, aren't you? Yes, Hank. I've never stopped loving her. 10 minutes later, the men could still hear Michael yelling and swearing at Dawn, though they couldn't make out what was being said. I've heard enough. Calvin cursed as he tossed the tool down and headed to the kitchen. When he got there, he felt the blood in his veins boiling. All he could see was red. And at that moment, he knew he was capable of murder. Chapter 22. What he saw when he got there, he became enraged. The woman he loved was pushed up against the counter. Michael's one hand clutched her arm tightly, the other one raised up, ready to strike. But before he had a chance, Calvin grabbed his wrist. Michael hadn't heard Calvin enter the kitchen, didn't know until he felt the cowboy's crushing grip on his wrist. Didn't your father ever teach you never to strike a woman? Calvin hissed. Michael backed away, rubbing his wrist. This has nothing to do with you. It's between me and Dawn, not any of your business. Calvin got in between Michael and Dawn. The two men were the same height and stood glaring at one another. I'm making it my business. Calvin sneered through clenched teeth. When Michael backed further away, Calvin noticed the diamond ring laying on the counter. Picking it up, he tossed it at the other man. It landed on the floor by his feet. Pick it up and leave. Dawn is through with you. Don't ever go anywhere near her again. Michael was furious. Bending down, he picked up the ring and placed it in his pocket, then looked over at Dawn. I will be seeing you again. You're nothing but a whore that I wasted my time on. Calvin raised his fist, knocking Michael to the ground, then pulled him up by his collar, putting him up against the wall, his face almost touching Michael. Never talk to her like that again, or I'll make you wish you were dead. Calvin more or less dragged him to the front door and shoved him out. Michael landed on his rear, the palms of his hands hitting the ground. Getting up, he cursed Calvin as he wiped away the dirt. You'll pay for this, cowboy, he hissed. Dawn placed a shaky hand on Calvin's arm. Her heart was racing with fear. She had seen Michael mad before, but nothing compared to this moment. The look in his eyes was frightening, so full of anger and hate. She just knew he was going to do something terrible. Seeing how pale and shaken Dawn was, pulled her into his arms, holding her tight as he tried to reassure her everything would be okay. Burying her face in his chest, broke down crying. She was so grateful that he was there, making her feel safe and protected. Hank walked over to the pair and, patting her arm, asked, "Are you okay, Dawn? Did that man hurt you?" She shook her head. "No, I'm okay." They all watched as Michael went roaring out the driveway, dirt and gravel flying up when he spun the tires. "That's one angry dude," Hank said. Dawn felt totally drained. Telling Michael she was breaking off the engagement was one of the hardest things she ever had to do. He demanded to know why. He wanted to know if it had anything to do with Calvin. When she didn't answer and turned away, he became violent, grabbing and shaking her, calling her a whore. "You whore! How long did it take you before you opened your legs for him?" Backing away from Michael, she stared at him, unable to speak. It shocked her to hear him talk that way. And before, when he dumped her purse on the counter, the way he was rooting through the contents worried her. Thinking it was the ring he was looking for pointed to it, but he ignored it. He kept opening all the compartments. "Tell me," Michael yelled. "How long have you been screwing him?" He grabbed her and pushed her up against the counter, ready to strike until Calvin stopped him. The two men looked at Dawn. She had gone so pale and was shaking. Holding her close, his arms wrapped around her, he looked at Hank. "Let's call it a day." "Right, Calvin. Get Dawn away from here for a while. We'll finish up tomorrow." Giving her a hug, Hank left. He took her back into his arms, feeling how her body was trembling. Wanting to cheer her up, suggested they go out for a bite to eat. "How about I take you for a pizza?" She gave him a smile that melted his heart. It made him want to protect her all that much more. "Pizza again? You really do know how to make me feel better." Yes, he did know her. He knew how to make Dawn feel that things were never as bad as they appeared. For some strange reason, pizza seemed to help, even back when they were in school. Later that night, after making love to her, he held her close, tenderly stroking her back, planting little kisses along her neck. A great sadness loomed over Dawn. She would miss Calvin, miss his arms around her, the way he protected her. As much as she loved him, and knowing he loved her, she had to leave, not for her sake, but for his. Sensing something was still bothering her, he propped up on his elbow, stroking her cheek in a loving gesture. "What is it? What are you thinking about?" "Michael," she answered sadly. "Forget about him. He's out of your life." Dawn sat up. After a moment, she decided to tell Calvin what went on in the kitchen before he got there. "Michael didn't seem that upset when I told him it was over between us. He was more concerned about where the mystery key was and if we found what it opens." She stopped and choked back a sob. "When I told him I didn't have the key and that we hadn't found anything, he became furious. Accused me of lying to him, grabbed my purse and dumped it onto the counter." "Yeah, I saw everything on the counter," Calvin added. "I told Michael to take his ring and leave. Then you showed up. Oh God, I was so scared of him. I'd never seen him like that before." "You're safe now. I'll never let him hurt you again, I promise." She looked at him, her lips trembled. "I think you were right about him. I believe he has something to do with what's been happening." Calvin pulled Dawn back down on the bed and held her tight against him. "Yes, but what part does he play in all of this? And what does that key open? Until we find out the answers, you go nowhere without me. Is that understood?" A warm feeling shot through her heart. It felt good having someone care about her and wanted to make sure she was safe. She hadn't felt that sense of security since she was with him all those years ago. "I don't remember you being so bossy." He pulled her closer. "I'm worried about you. I lost you once. I don't plan on losing you again." Dawn's stomach tightened in knots. He was talking as though they would have a future together. She had to set him straight. "Calvin, but he stopped her from talking when his lips landed on hers. His mouth pressed so hard as his tongue moved inside her mouth, stirring the fire in the pit of her belly. She moaned when he moved from her mouth down to her breasts, lightly sucking them. He was so passionate and demanding, she could not resist him. Her body wouldn't let her. There was no more talking, no stopping when she felt him sliding so easily inside her, their bodies joined as one. With every stroke, he could hear her moaning, adding to his burning desire to devour her, body and soul. Chapter 23. Sitting across from one another eating breakfast, Calvin stared at Dawn. He liked watching her eat, the way she would take small bites and then lick her lips. His love for her grew stronger with each passing day. She was not only beautiful on the outside, but on the inside as well. He could not imagine his life without her. He still had time to convince her to stay, and he was determined to do whatever it took to make sure that happened. When Dawn saw him staring, she immediately covered her mouth, thinking she had something in her teeth. "Why are you staring at me? Do I have something in my teeth?" Calvin chuckled. This morning she pushed him down on the bed, getting on top, and with no shame or shyness did things to him no one else had ever done, and now she was worried that there was food in her teeth. "No, you don't," he answered. After a moment of silence, he began talking. "I have this friend in New York. He's a private investigator. I'm going to hire him."
"What for?"
Dawn asked him. "To check into Michael's background, also your father's. I want to see if there's any connection between them." She squinted her eyes. "I told you Michael never met my father." Taking her hand, he leaned forward. "That you know of. What do you really know about that man, Dawn?" Thinking back, she had to admit she didn't really know that much about him. He would never discuss his work with her. She knew he was an only child and that his parents died a few years ago before she met him. "I've been with Michael for about 4 years, and I really don't know him that well." "Please tell me you don't live with him." Calvin held his breath, dreading the thought of hearing that they shared a home together. "No, we don't. Michael liked his own space. I respected that. Now I'm really glad we didn't move in together." Calvin was relieved to hear that. Dawn did the washing up while he made some calls from his home office. She was almost done when her phone rang. Drying her hands, she picked up her phone. She broke out in a cold sweat when she saw it was Michael's number. Hand shaking, she answered it. "Michael, what do you want?" She listened as he begged her to forgive him. He said he also forgives her for cheating on him, saying they could go back to Paris and get married right away. "No, I don't love you. Please, just leave me alone." She was horrified when he started yelling at her, calling her a whore and saying he would make sure she and the cowboy pay. Calvin walked in and seeing Dawn close to tears knew it had to be Michael on the phone. Sitting down next to Dawn, he could hear Michael yelling and swearing. His voice was that loud. He held out his hand for the phone. She handed it to him. Taking the phone, Calvin started swearing. "Look, you sick fuck, leave Dawn alone. She wants nothing to do with you. Now I won't tell you again. Stay the hell away from her." Hanging up, he handed her back the phone. "If he calls again, don't answer. I got in touch with my friend. He's going to put a rush on it. We'll know something in a couple of days." Seeing how worried she was, got on his knees in front of her and taking her hands in his. "Are you okay?" She looked at him, her face etched with worry. "He is so angry. I'm afraid of what he might do." "I won't let him hurt you again, Dawn." She touched his cheek in a loving gesture. "It's not me I'm worried about. I'm afraid of what he might do to you." Taking her hand, Kai's the palm. "Forget about him. He can't hurt me. With any luck, he's on his way back to Paris." Dawn nodded her head, praying Calvin was right. "Oh, I almost forgot. I received a call from the real estate agent. They have a buyer for the ranch, but they want to take possession 2 weeks from today. Then we better finish the fireplace and get it finished." He flashed her one of his smiles. "But not today. Let's take a break and go riding. If you're a good girl, I might even let you ride Dallas. With her camera strapped to the saddle, they took off riding, stopping every now and then so that she could take a few shots. Calvin took her to an isolated spot near the river. The day was turning hot and humid. Jumping off Dallas, he went over to help Dawn down. Let's sit for a while. The horses need to drink. Reaching out his arms, she went into them. The two sat down on the grass, looking out onto the lake, talking. What did you ever see in that man? He asked her. She looked away, trying to find the right words. I don't know. I was lonely, and when he asked me out, I thought, why not? He tilted her chin towards him. Why him? You must have had lots of men coming on to you. He's too old for you. Oh, Calvin, I really can't explain it. Michael was stable, with no drama. He was settled in his career. It was easy being with him. He's boring. Living with him, Dawn, would have drained the life out of you. She looked at him. I don't want to talk about Michael. Let's go for a swim. No, we should head back. Besides, that water will be cold. She laughed. You didn't seem to mind the last time. Come on, it's so hot, and we need cooling off. She stood up and smirked at him. Are you telling me the almighty Calvin Fisher is suddenly afraid of a little cold water? Dawn stripped down to her bra and panties, ran into the river and screamed when the cold water hit her skin. She turned to look at him. Come on it, it's not so bad. He shook his head. You go ahead, I'll just watch you. Chicken, she shouted, I'll make it worth your while. She said as she removed her bra and tossed it, then did the same to her panties. He smiled. How was he supposed to say no now? With her naked, teasing him, he quickly removed his clothes. Getting in, he swam to her, taking her in his arms. I'm no chicken. Then his lips landed on hers in a passionate kiss. An hour later, they decided to get out and dry off. Are you sure no one comes here? She asked. I'm sure, so you didn't have to put your bra and panties back on. Smiling, she looked around. It's so beautiful and peaceful here. I'll miss it when I leave. Calvin turned serious. You don't have to leave. Stay with me, and I promise I'll make you happy. He placed his hand on her face, turning her so that she had to look at him. Calvin, please don't. Removing his hand, stood up and got dressed. He too stood, pulling on his pants. The pain shot through his heart like a knife cutting. I'm sorry, Calvin, but I told you my life is back in Paris. A single tear rolled down her face when she looked at him. Seeing the pain in her eyes, he smiled at her. I know, but until you leave, I'm not going to stop trying to change your mind. Are you hungry? He asked her. I'm starving, she answered. Let's go into town, and I'll treat you to burgers and fries. Tying up the horses, they entered the bar. Both were relieved that Ginger had the night off and was nowhere in sight. After eating, they each has a couple more beers, then headed out. As they were untying the animals, she reminded him that he had said she could ride Dallas. He broke down and let her. No one but him had ever ridden Dallas, and he was surprised that the horse was fine with it. He usually didn't let strangers ride him. He also thought she looked really hot, with her hair blowing in the wind as they raced each other back home. Dawn was thrilled that she beat Calvin back to the ranch. She couldn't help smiling when he pulled up next to her, rubbing it in. So, Cowboy, how does it feel having a girl kick your ass? Getting off the horse he was riding, went over and pulled Dawn down and into his arms. You can do whatever you want to my ass. Once inside, they never made it to the bedroom. His hunger for her was so intense, they ended up making love on the sofa, waking up in each other's arms. Morning rolled around, and there was no more word from Michael. Dawn gave a sigh of relief. Perhaps he had left for Paris, she thought, and now that he was gone, that one problem was out of the way. If only she knew who was behind all the other bad stuff that had been happening. They met Hank back at her place. Time was running out to find whatever was hidden in the fireplace, if anything. The three of them were busy chipping away the bricks for over 2 hours when Calvin's phone rang. They all stopped working so that he could answer his phone. Yeah, what's up? When the hell did that happen? Gather up as many men as you can. I'll be there as soon as I can. Hanging up, the other two could see how upset Calvin was. What's wrong? Don asks. My cattle are scattered all over the valley. I've got to get them rounded up before any cattle rustlers get their hands on them. His gut told him this was no accident, that someone had done this. He looked at Hank and Don. Sorry, guys, we'll have to finish this another time. You're coming with me, Don. Why don't Hank and I finish up here? And when you're done, you can come back, Don said, touching his arm. He had no intentions of letting her out of his sight. No, I'm not leaving you. Look, you don't want to lose any of your cattle, and this job here has to get done. Go on, man. I'll stay with Don. Calvin was torn. He couldn't afford to lose any of his cattle. Hell, no one could. Even though he trusted Hank with his life, he still felt he had to be the one to protect her, and the only way to do that was to be with her. Calvin, please go. I don't want to be the one responsible for you losing your cattle. Hank will be here. I'll be okay. He paced back and forth, running a hand through his hair. He didn't feel right about leaving, but soon gave in. Pulling Dawn into his arms, he gave her a long, passionate kiss, not caring that Hank was watching. All right, I promise I won't be long, saying as he looked deep into her eyes with so much love and affection. She watched as he jumped on Dallas and took off riding. Going back inside, she and Hank got busy on the fireplace. Chapter 24. Dawn and Hank worked for over 2 hours before taking a break, sipping on freshly brewed coffee and eating the donuts Hank had brought with him. Busy talking about when they all went to school together. Then Hank became serious. That man loves you, Dawn. I don't know if he's told you, but he's never gotten over you. Calvin has been living with a broken heart all these years. She felt the tears coming and fought hard not to cry. It's time he moved on, find someone to settle down with, she said with a heavy heart, sadness washing over her. It's you he wants, always has. Will you not stay? Hank watched as she blinked back tears. I can't, she said sadly. Don't you love him? She could no longer hold back the tears as they started flowing. Sitting down on the floor, she buried her head in her hands and sobbed, gut-wrenching sobs that made her insides hurt and her body shake. I do love him. I have my whole life. It's because I love him so much that I have to leave. Hank had no doubt that she truly loved Calvin with all of her heart. It was hard watching her, so broken up and sobbing. Sitting down next to Dawn, he put an arm around her shoulders. Now, it can't be that bad. If you love the man, and he loves you, then there ain't no reason why you can't be together. Surely Paris is not that important to you. I don't care about Paris, she mumbled through sobs. Then what is it? What could make you leave the man you love? For the life of him, he couldn't figure out what was going on with Dawn. She felt as if she had to tell someone. It had been weighing on her mind for far too long. And Hank was being so kind. Calvin wants a family. He wants kids. That he does, Hank chuckled. That's all the man talks about. Why don't you want kids? There's nothing I want more than to be a mother, to have Calvin's children. But I can't. I can never get pregnant. She broke down crying again. The pain of never being a mother was unbearable. Hank could see how much she was hurting and felt her pain. I'm so sorry, Dawn. You have to tell Calvin. He loves you. It's not a deal breaker. It won't matter to him. She turned sharply towards Hank. I can't tell him, and you've got to promise me you'll not say anything to him. Okay, I promise, but I really think you should tell him. She shook her head from side to side. No, I won't deny him the chance to become a father. He'll find someone who can give the family he's always wanted. Hank felt sad for both Dawn and Calvin. You're going to break his heart all over again when you leave. I know, and I'm so sorry about that. Oh God, I never should have come back here. The last thing she wanted to do was hurt the man she loved. Hank held out his hand and helped Dawn to her feet. What say we get back to work? Giving her a warm smile. Another 2 hours later, they were making great progress when Hank's phone started ringing. They stopped working so that he could answer it.
Are you sure? Oh God, I'll be right there. Hanging up, he smiled at Dawn.
Susan's having the baby. The biggest smile crossed his face. Dawn's face lit up with genuine happiness for Hank and Susan. Well, go to her, she needs you. Hank started blabbering like an excited kid at Christmas time. The baby's coming early. I've got to go. No, wait. I can't leave you by yourself. I know. I'll take you with me. Dawn started laughing. He looked like a big old teddy bear, the way he was pacing and grinning from ear to ear. No, I'll be fine. Besides, Calvin will be here any minute. Now go on, Hank. You're going to be a daddy. Picking Dawn up into a bear hug swung her around. Lock the doors and don't let anyone in. Okay, now go, Daddy, she said, laughing. After he left, she locked the doors and grabbed a cold drink from the fridge. The place turned eerie quiet, so she turned on the radio to break the silence. Going back to work, she kept chipping away for about 20 minutes. When one of the bricks fell to the floor, inside the hole, she spotted something. Sticking her arm all the way up to her shoulder, she grabbed the item, pulling it out. It was heavy and took her a while. Dropping the tin box on the table, she tried opening it. She used whatever she could find to pry it open. A bobby pin, a knife, nothing worked. Damn, I should have brought the key with me, she said out loud to herself. Damn right, you should have. A voice growled from behind her. Chills ran down her spine. Without turning around, she recognized the voice. Fear gripped her as she slowly turned around. Michael, how did you get in here? Ignoring Dawn's question, he looked over at the old rusty tin box that laid on the table. His eyes were wide with excitement. You found it. What a clever girl you are. Now, where is the key? I don't know, she answered. When Michael walked towards her, she backed away. The look in his eyes scared her. They were full of evil. Stay away from me, Michael. Tell me where the key is and I won't hurt you, he said as he kept moving closer. What do you have to do with all of this? She asked him, backing further away. Michael rolled his eyes, becoming impatient. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a gun, pointing it at her. Shut up, I'll ask the questions. Now, where is the damn key? He asked, yelling and waving the gun at her. Michael, please, why are you doing this? What's in the box? She cried. Slamming his hand on the table, he sneered at her. My God, you are so blasted irritating, always asking questions. Why are you doing this, Michael? What's in the box, Michael? Imitating her. Now tell me, where is the fucking key? Hearing the irritation in his voice, she had no doubt that he would shoot her. Calvin will be here any minute, she screamed at him. He laughed. It was a blood-curdling laugh that had her cringing in fear. No, he won't. I made sure of it. Her heart started racing as fear gripped her, thinking Michael had harmed Calvin. What did you do to him? She cried out. Relax. I haven't harmed a hair on his head, not yet anyway. I just made sure he'd be kept busy with those filthy beasts of his. He laughed again. He'll never get them all back. Now, I'm only going to ask you one more time, where is the key? She swallowed the lump that was lodged in her throat when he held the barrel of the gun up to her chest. It's back at Calvin's ranch. Poking the gun deeper into her chest, he yelled. Where at the ranch? Where can I find it? Inside the house, she replied. Michael slapped her face so hard she had to grab onto a chair to stop from falling. Don't get cute with me. Where in the house? The tears stung her eyes as she rubbed her cheek where he had slapped her. Looking at him with hate, she yelled back. under the kitchen sink. That's a good girl. Now sit down and don't try anything funny. Dawn listened while Michael talked to someone on the phone, telling them where they could find the key. He then sat across from her, using the end of the gun to trace down her neck to her breasts. This won't take long. Staring at her chest, he smiled. I always thought you had the most amazing breasts I've ever seen. Spitting in his face, she cursed. Go to hell, Michael. Sitting back down, he grabbed a napkin and wiped his face. Tell me, Dawn, how long was it before you started banging the cowboy? She looked away. She couldn't stand to look at him for another minute. I love him. Michael stood up abruptly, knocking over his chair, and grabbed her by the throat. You love him, you bitch. We were getting married and you cheated on me. Tears sprang to her eyes when she felt the air being cut off when he tightened his grip on her throat. What did I ever see in you? You're a monster, she choked out. Michael released his grip on her throat, and they both looked towards the door when it opened. Chapter 25. Dawn thought for sure it was Calvin, but her heart sank when two men walked in. She could almost taste the fear when she recognized them. They were the ones who had mugged her, and most likely the ones who trashed her home. Releasing Dawn, he shoved her back down into the chair and turned to the two men. Did you get it? Michael barked. Yeah, boss, we got it. We got the key, said the thinner of the two men. A scar ran from his left eye all the way down to his chin. He kept jerking around, unable to stand still as he showed his excitement. The other man was heavy-set. Dawn could smell the disgusting odor that seemed to ooze from his pores. She saw him staring at her, licking his lips, looking at her the way a cat does to a mouse just before attacking. It gave her a sick feeling in the pit of her stomach. Open the box, open it, the thin kept chanting. Michael smiled. It was a greedy, ugly smile that made her skin crawl. Okay, boys, feast your eyes on this. Michael unlocked the box and slowly lifted the lid. Dawn could see it all from where she sat and gasped when he took out a small velvet bag and dumped the contents onto the table. It was diamonds. A small bag full of diamonds glistened. The three were so engrossed in the diamonds that they hadn't noticed Dawn quietly heading towards the door. Dawn knew this was her only chance to escape, so as the men were admiring the stones, forgetting all about her, she went to the door. Just as she reached it, she heard the heavy-set man yell out, Hey, the bitch is getting away. Opening the door, she ran. She only made it as far as the bottom of the porch steps when the heavy-set man, known as Dave, grabbed her from behind. One arm went around her waist, the other around her chest, groping as he put his mouth to the back of her neck and whispered, Maybe the boss will let me play with you for a while. Would you like that? Let go of me, you pig, she screamed and kicked as he dragged her back into the house. He pushed her into the chair, leering over her. Michael stood in front of her, shaking his head. I wish you hadn't done that, Dawn. Now we're going to have to tie you up. Go to hell, she screamed into his face.
Tie the bitch up, Kenny.
Michael barked out the order. As he was tying her up, he apologized, speaking quietly. Sorry, miss, but you shouldn't have tried to run. She could tell Kenny was not like his friend Dave, and was hoping she could talk him into helping her. Kenny, that's your name, right? Yes, miss, he answered her. Don't do this, Kenny. You're not like those two. Please, help me to get away.
Before Kenny could respond, Michael called out his name.
He had been watching them, and he knew she was up to something. Kenny, that's enough talking. Get over here. Dave, who appeared to be the smarter of the two, wanted to know when they were leaving with the diamonds. As soon as the cowboy shows up, Michael said, smiling at Dawn. I have a score to settle with him. That wasn't part of the plan. Let's just take the diamonds and split. Besides, he may not show up, Dave said as he paced back and forth, his stench filling the room.
Oh, he'll show up. I've got what he wants. Her.
He pointed to Dawn. Dawn saw the look of pure evil in Michael's eyes and knew what he had in mind. "You've got what you wanted, just take it and leave," she screamed at him, afraid of what he was going to do to Calvin. Michael turned to her in a fit of rage. "I'll go once I've dealt with that man who you so quickly opened your legs for, you tramp. Please don't do this. Let me go and no one has to know about this," she begged.
"Shut up,"
he yelled at her. While they waited for Calvin, Dave and Kenny made themselves a sandwich and opened up a beer. Michael stood looking down at Dawn. "Why him, Dawn? I didn't know you were into country boys. Always took you for the city girl type. There's nothing here but mountains and cattle. You had me." Dawn looked at him with hate in her eyes. "He is 100 times the man you are," she smirked at him, "and a hell of a better lover than you ever were." "You damn slut," Michael yelled as he slapped her, and was about to strike again when Kenny yelled out, "He's here, boss." He went to the window and saw Calvin riding up on his horse. He motioned for the other two to hide behind the door. Dawn screamed, but Michael clamped his hand over her mouth. When Calvin got the call from Hank saying that Susan had gone into labor and that Dawn was alone, his heart started beating so hard in his chest, he thought it was going to explode. He wasn't angry at Hank for leaving her alone. Knowing Dawn, she probably talked him into leaving her there. He dropped what he was doing, forgetting all about his cattle. They didn't matter. The only thing that did matter was Dawn. Something felt wrong. He had a feeling she was in danger and rode like the wind. When he reached the Hayworth ranch, he saw the white van parked by the side of the house. He recognized it as being the one the muggers were driving. And damn it, he swore. Michael's car was sitting in the driveway. Jumping off his horse, he grabbed the rifle from the saddle and dashed to the front door. His blood froze when he heard Dawn scream. Aiming the rifle, he kicked in the door with his right foot. He saw Dawn tied to a chair and Michael holding a gun to her head. That was the last thing he saw before someone struck him over the head, and he fell to the ground, unconscious. When he came to, he was tied to a chair next to Dawn. As his mind cleared, and he saw the bruises on her face and the marks on her neck, he wanted to kill someone. "Dawn, are you okay?" Though she was scared to death, she tried to smile. "I'm okay. You were right about Michael. It was him all along." Calvin's eyes narrowed into slits when he looked at Michael. How he wished he was free so that he could beat Michael into a bloody pulp. "Let Dawn go," he growled. Michael raised his fist and clocked Calvin in the mouth. "I'll do the talking." He got close and sneered at Calvin. "It's time to teach you a lesson for sleeping with another man's fiancée." "Michael, please don't. Leave him alone," Dawn screamed. "Dave, teach this man a lesson," he ordered the heavy-set man. Dawn's cries for him to stop went unheard as he kept beating Calvin. All bloody and beaten, Calvin stared at the man pulling the punches. Teeth clenched, eyes blazing with anger when he looked at him and spoke. "I'll kill you first." Something in the way Calvin looked at Dave had him backing away. A cold chill ran through his body. Then Calvin saw the diamonds and swore, "Looks like you've got what you came for, so take them and get the hell out of here." Michael laughed, a bone-chilling laugh that made Dawn cringe. He glared at Calvin. "Even you can't be that stupid as to think I'd leave any witnesses behind."
"Wait a minute,"
Kenny shouted, shuffling his feet. "You ain't never said anything about killing. I can't kill a woman." Michael grabbed him, giving him a shake. "You leave a witness, you spend the rest of your life in jail. Is that what you want?" "No," Kenny replied as he looked over at Dawn, remorse written all over his face. Michael went over to Dawn and untied her, keeping her arm in a tight grip. Calvin started jerking his body, trying to free himself from the rope. "Don't touch her, you bastard. Leave her alone." He just laughed. "Okay, boys, untie him and grab the shovels," Michael shouted out orders. Both Calvin and Dawn looked at each other. They knew what Michael had in mind, and it broke his heart to see the fear in her eyes. He gave her a reassuring look. "It's going to be okay, baby doll, trust me." She shook her head. I do trust you, Calvin. She didn't know how, but in her heart, she knew he would find a way to save them both. As they were led into the woods behind the house, by gunpoint Calvin took her hand in his, their fingers entwined. I'm so sorry, Calvin, she said as tears ran down her face. This isn't your fault, baby doll, he replied, squeezing her hand lightly. But it is. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't be in this situation.
Shut up, you two, Michael yelled at them.
Chapter 26. After a short walk into the woods, they stopped. Kenny, you and the cowboy start digging, Michael ordered. Dawn looked at Calvin. Her lips trembled as he pulled her into his arms, giving her a kiss. She clung to him. Dawn, look at me. He took her face in his hand, staring lovingly into her eyes. Be brave. I will think of something. As she clung to him, nodded her head. I will. I love you, Calvin. How sweet. Dave snickered and yanked Dawn roughly out of Calvin's arms. Start digging, cowboy, he sneered. Dawn stood trembling with her arms crossed. She knew they were digging Calvin and her grave. Michael, you can't do this, she cried out.
Oh, but I can,
he said with an evil grin plastered on his face. You loved me once. How can you do this? She looked at him, pleading with her eyes and words. Michael pushed her down onto the ground, pointing his gun at her. Love you? No, you stupid girl. I never loved you. All you were to me was eye candy. Having a much younger and beautiful woman in my arms impressed the hell out of my business associates. He laughed, an ugly, evil laugh. As beautiful as you are, you're not my type. I prefer redheads. You make me sick, Dawn spat at him. He pointed his gun at Dawn and hissed. Keep your mouth shut and stay sitting. As Calvin and Kenny were digging, he knew he didn't have time to waste. While Michael and Dave were talking, he started taunting Kenny. Do you really think you can trust those two?
Shut up,
Kenny growled. Just look at them over there, laughing and talking as if they were old friends, making you do all the digging. Kenny glanced over and then back at Calvin. Shut up and dig. I bet they're plotting against you, got you digging your own grave as well. Calvin could almost see the doubt creeping into Kenny's brain. He looked over at Dawn and saw her watching him. Fear showed clearly in her eyes. He knew he had to work quickly, had to keep pressuring Kenny, get him to turn on the others. He looked at Kenny, watching his face as he spoke to him. I bet they always get you to do the dirty work. That way their hands will be clean if you get caught, and you will then take the fall. Kenny started twitching nervously, a sure sign he was becoming anxious and angry. Again, Kenny looked over at the other two men who were whispering. Calvin kept pushing. Look at them. I wonder what they're talking about. Why aren't you being included in the conversion? Kenny dropped his shovel and stormed over to the two men. What the hell is going on? What are you two talking about? He demanded to know. Michael and Dave exchanged looks, and a secret message passed between them. Well, we were just saying that splitting the diamonds 2 ways was better than 3, Michael hissed.
What?
Kenny yelled just as Dave raised his gun and shot him point blank, killing him instantly. Dawn screamed when she saw the blood gushing from his chest as he fell to the ground. She heard the two men talking as if nothing bad had just happened.
Damn,
Dave cursed. Now I'll have to dig. No, let the cowboy do it, Michael said, then looked over at Dawn. Keep an eye on him. I need to take care of something. Both men laughed. Calvin saw the way Michael was looking at Dawn and knew what he was talking about and felt his anger rising. Stay away from her, you sick son of a bitch, he cursed. Dave pointed his gun at Calvin and told him to keep digging. Dawn looked up and saw Michael undoing his belt buckle as he walked towards her. She knew what he had in mind and felt sick. Undoing his belt was always his way of saying he required sex. Crawling backwards, she cried out. Michael, no. What do you think you're doing? Michael found it amusing how she was trying to back away and laughed. "Once more, for old time's sake," he said as he removed his belt. Getting down, he pinned her beneath him. He was rough as he manhandled her, trying to kiss her as he tore at her clothes. Calvin heard her screams for him to stop, seeing Michael on top as she struggled and tried to fight him off. Now was the time to make his move, since Dave was busy watching the attempted rape, panting and obviously turned on by what was happening to Dawn. Calvin raised his shovel, hitting him across the head, knocking him out. Michael didn't hear the commotion over Dawn's screams. Calvin dashed over and pulled him off her. The fury inside him was unleashed when he saw the woman he loved being assaulted, pounding his fist into Michael's face. Falling to the ground, Michael reached for the gun that lay near him, pointing it at Calvin. Then glancing at Dawn, he smirked. "This is perfect. Now you'll be able to look into the cowboy's cold, dead eyes while I fuck you." With his finger on the trigger, aimed at Calvin, Dawn screamed and closed her eyes as a shot rang out in the dead of night. She no longer cared what happened to her now that Calvin was dead. "No, oh God, no, Calvin." Her sobs were loud and painful. When she felt hands on her, she screamed, kicking and swinging her arms, trying to hit who she thought was Michael, till she heard Calvin's voice. "It's okay, baby doll, it's me. Open your eyes." Dawn thought she was imagining things. Opening her eyes and seeing it was Calvin, threw her arms around him. "Calvin, you're alive." Reaching up, she pulled him close to kiss his bruised and bloody lips. She didn't care that they were both bleeding, and neither did he. Dawn pulled away, feeling his chest and stomach, looking for any signs of bleeding, expecting to find a bullet lodged in his body. "You're okay, but how? I heard the gunshot." Calvin nodded over to where the sheriff stood standing over Michael. "The sheriff shot Michael. I'm okay." He then pulled her back into his arms, holding on to her for dear life, afraid that if he let go, she would disappear. With her still wrapped snugly in his arms, he turned to the sheriff. "Thank God you got here in time, but how did you know where to find us?" "It's a long story, Calvin. That PI you hired called me when he couldn't get a hold of you, told me the whole story about the diamonds and how Michael Webster was involved with the man who stole them. So when got to your ranch and you weren't there, I came here and heard a gunshot." Calvin felt Dawn shaking and knew she was close to collapsing. "Say, Sheriff, can we discuss all this tomorrow? Dawn's been through a lot." The sheriff nodded his head. "Right you are. The boys and I will take care of things. I'll drop by first thing in the morning to explain everything to you. But first, the diamonds."
"In Michael's breast
"Pocket," Dawn quietly answered. When Dawn's legs gave out, Calvin picked her up and carried her back to the house. There he put her on Dallas and jumped up behind. With his arm around Dawn, they headed back to his ranch. He felt her body trembling against his. She was mentally and physically worn out. He wanted to hold her till the shaking stopped, till she felt safe again. At home, he would run a bath where they could soak and relax. Sitting face to face in the tub, surrounded by bubbles, she took the washcloth and gently washed the blood and dirt from his face. The tears welled up in her eyes when she saw what those men had done to him. Cuts and bruises all over his face and body. "Look what they've done to you. Are you in any pain?" she asked, close to crying. "No, I'd go through fire to save you. Now turn around and let me hold you." She leaned against him, feeling warm and safe wrapped in his arms. Calvin loved the feel of her wet body against him. Taking a handful of bubbles, ran them across her breasts, caressing them. His hand moved all over her as he kissed the side of her neck. After all that had happened, Essex should have been the last thing on her mind. But despite it all, she had no control over the way her body responded to his touch. A tingling sensation raced throughout her body, down to her inner core. She turned to face him, and he pulled her onto his lap. Lowering his mouth onto Dawn's, gave her a passionate kiss. Their lips devour each other. He shifted her into a position where he was able to slide into her. Feeling him enter, she moaned, grinding her hips into him. The water splashed onto the floor as she rode him. He felt himself coming. It happened too quickly. He had wanted to give her more. But he also sensed she needed this. Hell, he needed it too. Having come so close to losing Dawn, he needed to feel her, needed to touch and love her. He had no idea how or when they left the tub and ended up in his bed. But there they were, and he was riding her hard, making her squirm and scream as she clung to him. All the love he felt for her was poured into their lovemaking. When he felt her arms going around him, raising her hips as she tried to take more of him and her, the sound of their flesh slapping together added to his excitement. He felt like a man possessed as his thrusts became harder and faster. Dawn's moans and screams encouraged him to keep going. Sucking on her neck, he knew he had broken the skin, leaving a mark, coming together in a thunder of wild passion. He held her tight against him as they laid face to face. He could feel her heart beating rapidly against his chest. Dawn felt so warm laying in Calvin's arms and was close to falling asleep when she felt him getting hard again as he pressed against her. "How is it possible that you're ready so soon?" she whispered against his neck. "It's not me, it's you. This is what you do to me. I have to have you again." In the morning, Calvin woke early to find Dawn curled up in his arms, her one leg draped across his pelvis. She looked so damn beautiful and peaceful. He didn't want to wake her, so he quietly slipped out of bed. The covers were down around her waist, breasts exposed. As much as he loved looking at them, he pulled the covers up and over her and headed downstairs. Chapter 27. The sheriff showed up, and the two men sat and talked. "So what did you find out, Sheriff?" Calvin asked as he poured them both a cup of coffee. "Have you ever heard of Dillian White?" Sheriff asked.
Dillian White.
"Yeah, my father told me about him. He stole some diamonds over 30 years ago. Are you saying the ones found at the Howarth's ranch are the same ones?" "That's right. It turned out that Dillian and Dawn's father knew each other. With Frank's help, Dillian was never caught with the diamonds, so he couldn't be charged. But he was charged with rape and break and enter." Calvin was confused. So if the two men were involved with the stones, why were they in the fireplace? Why didn't Frank take them and split? Dillian was the one who stole the diamonds, worth millions of dollars. He made a deal with Frank. If he agreed to hide the goods while Dillian was in prison, they would split them down the middle once he was released. Calvin got up and poured them another cup. It was starting to all make sense. But to hide them for over 30 years, why? Well, Dillian couldn't seem to stay out of trouble in jail, kept getting more jail time. As the years passed, old Frank started going senile. My guess is he forgot about them and where he hid them. But how does Michael fit into all of this? Dawn said he never met her father. Dillian hired Michael to defend him in another case, a murder case. He killed his cellmate with his bare hands and strangled him. He had no money, so he made a deal with Michael, told him all about the diamonds and who was hiding them for him. He was to get half the diamonds once Dillian was released. Calvin nodded. He had a feeling he knew where this was going. Let me guess, Michael betrayed him.
You got it. Dillian got life with no chance of parole. He was later found dead in his cell, murdered. I think Michael arranged it, got greedy, and wanted the diamond all to himself.
And Dawn? Asked Calvin. How does she fit into all of this? It was only just a coincidence that he was dating Dawn. My guess is he was surprised as well as delighted, making it easier for him to get to the diamonds. There's something else. What? Calvin asked, eyeing the sheriff. I'm checking into Frank Haworth's death. Calvin was taken by surprise.
Why?
He died of a heart attack. I looked into his medical records. He had no history of heart problems. I really believe Michael had something to do with his death. Hell. Calvin shook his head in disgust. So he hired those two men to keep an eye on Dawn, hoping she would lead them to the diamonds. Michael planned on killing her all along, didn't he? The sheriff shook his head. Yes.
Sheriff, How did you find all this out? Calvin asked.
Dave confessed everything. Calvin's head jerked up. He's alive? I thought for sure I had killed him. I hit him pretty hard. No, he's alive, got one bitch of a headache, and Mitchell will live, and has confessed. Those two will be going away for a very long time, the sheriff said as he got up to leave. There were more details, but it didn't matter. It was over and Dawn was safe. The two men would go to prison. The diamonds would be returned to their rightful owners. Dawn was still asleep when the sheriff left, so he made them something to eat, which he served to her in bed. Calvin told her everything the sheriff had told him. My God, those diamonds were there the whole time, and I never knew. Father never said anything. Now that I think about it, he did some work on the fireplace, which I thought was strange since there was nothing wrong with it. They stayed in bed making love and holding on to each other. Oh, I almost forget to tell you, Susan had a baby girl. I said we'd go see them tomorrow if you're up to it. Dawn smiled. A girl, that's what Susan was hoping for. I'm so happy for them. Calvin pulled her in for a kiss. Me too? I love you, Dawn. You know that, right? I love you too. I always have, since the first time we met. She stroked his cheek tenderly. My cowboy, always coming to my rescue. He looked down at her. I fell for you the first time I laid eyes on you. I thought you were the prettiest girl in school. I remember that one day you were sitting in the stands at one of my games. I was at bat when I looked up and saw some jerk harassing you. Dawn giggled. Yes, I remember that too. You hit a home run, and instead of running the bases you ran up to where I was and punched him. Then you had the nerve to ask me to the dance. Yes, I did, and you accepted, Calvin said and smiled. I couldn't say no after what you had done, but I didn't make it easy for you in the beginning, always turning you down when you asked me out. You soon came around. He turned on his side to look at her. I love you, stay with me, marry me. We can have everything we've talked about, a life together, a family. He saw her stiffen and the tears springing to her eyes. I do love you, more than you'll ever know, but you're going back to Paris, he answered for her. Calvin sat up with his back to her. It felt as though his heart was being ripped right out of his chest. The woman he loved more than life itself would rather live in Paris than be with him. Dawn moved to Calvin and put her arms around his waist, kissing his back as the tears flowed freely from her eyes. Please don't hate me, she begged. He felt the softness of her full, luscious lips on his bare back and the wetness from her tears. Pulling her into his arms, he looked at her. I could never hate you. No matter what you do, I'll always love you. And if Paris is really where you want to be, if that's what will make you happy, I'll not stand in your way. I love you, and I'm going to show you just how much. Laying Dawn down, his hand went to that special spot between her legs. Lips locked on hers, he used his finger to pleasure her. He felt her responding as she put her arms around his neck, as she pressed her body into his. He soon replaced the finger with his throbbing erection. She moved her hips in perfect harmony with his thrusts. Thrusting harder and faster, he felt her coming. Then he too let go. It was like an explosion of fireworks going off, leaving them both exhausted and drained. He held her afterward. When are you going back to Paris? He asked over the lump in his throat. I have to sign the final papers for the ranch day after tomorrow. I'll be leaving then. Calvin became quiet for some time after that. He had to think of the right words before he spoke. I won't spend these last few days fighting with you. She looked up at him. She could see how broken up he was. Her own heart was breaking, hating herself for hurting him. So, what are you saying? She asked, afraid he was going to tell her to leave his house now. I'm going to love you. I'm going to make love to you every chance I get till you leave. He then climbed back on top, making her scream out in ecstasy.
Chapter 28.
After shopping the next day for a baby gift, Calvin and Dawn went to visit Susan and the new baby at the hospital.
We named her Sunny, Hank said excitedly.
Would you like to hold her, Dawn? Susan asked. She took the baby and looked at the tiny bundle nestled in her arms. Memories of her own baby brought tears to her eyes. She's so perfect, Susan. I'm so happy for you. She handed the baby to Calvin, watching as he stared down at the sleeping infant. She saw the love and desire in his eyes and knew he'd make a great father. Dawn walked over to the window and looked out. She did not want the others to see the tears in her eyes. If she wasn't sure before about leaving, she was now. Yes, she was making the right decision. This way Calvin could find a woman who could give him the children he so wanted. When Hank noticed Dawn standing quietly by the window looking so forlorn, he went to her. Are you okay? I'm sorry if this upsets you. No, Hank, I'm okay, and I am so very happy for you and Susan. She smiled and gave him a hug. The day came and the paper for the sale of the ranch was signed. Dawn was all packed and ready to go. She was meant to leave later that day, but when Calvin drove into town for some supplies, she decided to leave while he was gone. He had only been gone 10 minutes when she heard the front door opening.
I'm back. I forgot my wallet,
he shouted out. He stopped dead in his tracks when he saw Dawn and her bags by the entrance. He fought to hold back his tears. So you're leaving? What the hell? Were you going to leave without so much as a goodbye? Don't I deserve better than that? Dawn's eyes dropped to the floor, biting on her bottom lip to keep them from trembling. I thought it would be easier this way.
Easier for who?
He yelled, making her jump. For both of us, she whimpered. Calvin crossed the room. His heart was breaking when he took her in his arms. He could feel her trembling, knowing this was also tearing her apart, and couldn't understand why she would leave. I love you, Dawn. He took her face in his hands, staring into her eyes, the very eyes that were capable of bringing him to his knees. When you get back to Paris, and if you change your mind and want to come back, I'll be here waiting for you, no matter how long it takes. His words, spoken with so much passion, made her cry. No, Calvin, I want you to find someone to love and have a family with. There will never be anyone else but you. I will never stop loving you. A tear fell down his face. Seeing his tears was too much for her. She pulled away, reaching for her bags, but he beat her to it, carrying them to the car.
I'll go with you to the airport,
he said, his voice cracking. No, I don't want you to. She reached up, giving him a quick hug. Jumping into the car, she drove off. The tears fell freely when she saw Calvin in the rearview mirror, as he stood there watching as she drove away. Calvin felt as though his heart had stopped beating. He wanted to crawl into a hole and die. Without Dawn, all of this seemed pointless. Life for him ceased to mean anything. Sitting down on the porch steps, he buried his head in his arms. Though it was warm out, he felt a chill.
He saw Hank's car pulling up, but was in no mood for company.
Hank stopped his car and sat watching Calvin. Not sure what he could do to help his friend, but knew he had to try. Going over and sitting next to Calvin, put his hand on his shoulder. Are you really just going to sit here and let her leave?
Do you think I want her to go?
He asked when he looked at Hank. It's what Dawn wants. I can't force her to stay if her heart belongs in Paris. That's not what she wants. That girl loves you, Hank said as he stared at Calvin. I know she does, and I asked her to stay. I asked her to marry me, but she wants to go back. No, Calvin, she doesn't. I know for a fact that she wants to stay here with you, Hank said with such force it made Calvin perk up. He narrowed his eyes when he looked at Hank. Why do you say that? What aren't you telling me, Hank? Okay, listen to me. Dawn wants a life with you. The girl doesn't even like living in Paris. The only reason she's leaving is for you. Calvin was becoming angry and barked at Hank. How do you know this? And why the hell is she leaving me then? Hank looked at his friend and wondered how much he should tell him. He didn't want to betray Dawn's trust. Dawn told me that day we stayed behind at the ranch. She broke down crying and told me why she had to leave. Calvin jumped up, ready to punch Hank if he had to. If Dawn doesn't want to leave, then why is she? God damn it, Hank, tell me. I can't tell you. I gave her my word, and you know me, I won't break it. Go after her, get Dawn to tell you. Calvin felt as though his heart was going to burst. For the first time in days he had hope. Hope that whatever the reason was she felt she had to leave, that he had a chance of changing her mind. Without saying another word, he dashed over to his truck and took off. He was more determined than ever to find out the truth and to get her to stay. It was so hot, and the air conditioner in her car was not working. What made things worse was her tears, blinding her as she drove. Leaving Calvin was harder than she ever imagined it would be. The pain shooting through her heart felt like hundreds of knives piercing into it. Lost in thought, she didn't hear the truck approaching till it was side by side with her car. Looking over, she could see Calvin waving, signaling for her to pull over. Shaking her head, she yelled out the window, "Go away, Calvin." Knowing how stubborn she could be, he pulled ahead and, turning on an angle, stopped, causing Dawn to stop, inches from hitting him. Jumping out of his truck, he went over to her. "Calvin, what do you think you were doing? I almost ran into you," she screamed at him. He didn't answer. He opened the door and, reaching in, undid her seatbelt. Grabbing her arm, pulled her out of the car. "Let go of me. What do you think you're doing?" "I'm stopping you from making the biggest mistake of your life. We love each other, and I'm not letting you go." Dawn pulled away and turned around, crossing her arms. "We've been through all this. I told you I love my job and living in Paris. I want to go back." She tried with all her might to sound convincing. Grabbing her, he swung her around to face him. Clutching her shoulders, he swore, "That's bullshit, Dawn. I know you don't want to leave me. Hank told me. So now I want you to tell me why. Why are you leaving?" Through tears, she looked at him. "Hank didn't tell you." "No, he wouldn't. Tell me, damn it." He held on tightly to her shoulders, looking into her eyes. Lowering her eyes, she spoke in a soft whisper. He could barely hear her. "Please, Calvin, what does it matter?" "What does it matter?" he answered in anger. "It matters because I love you. After all that's happened, there's nothing you can say that should keep us apart. Damn it, Dawn, tell me," he yelled, shaking her. Okay, she cried. "I can't have children. I can never give you the children you want." He backed away, then started laughing. She glared at him, horrified by his insensitive reaction. "It's not funny. Why are you laughing?"
You're right, it's not funny. Have you lost your mind? I want you, with or without children.
She looked up at him, all teary-eyed. "I know how much you want a family. If I leave, you can find someone to love. One who can give you babies." Taking her face in both of his hands, gave her a warm smile, his eyes filling with tears. "Oh, baby doll, it's only you I want to have a family with. But if that's not possible, then so be it. I can live without having children, but I can't live without you." Dawn moved away from Calvin and shook her head no. "You say that now, but someday down the road, you'll end up resenting me." "You're wrong. I've loved you my whole life. Nothing can ever change that. Dawn, look at me." She did what he asked her to, waiting for him to talk. "I love you. Marry me, Dawn, and I promise I'll always take care of you." He had a feeling she was keeping something else from him. "What is it that you're not telling me?" Leaning against the car, she wiped her tears before looking at him. He wanted to go to her and wipe her tears away, but he sensed she needed a bit of space between them, so he waited for her to speak. "After being in Paris for about 4 months, I discovered I was pregnant." She stopped talking when she saw the look of anger cross his face. He felt as though someone had punched him in the gut, feeling ill. Not bothering to let her explain, he lashed out, his words cruel and harsh. "Well, It didn't take you long to sleep with someone else. Dawn was hurt that he could think such a thing about her. Unable to speak, she just stood there, letting him go on with his accusations. For years I've longed for you. I didn't date. I was a mess. All I could think about was you. He looked at Dawn with disgust. And you couldn't wait to jump into bed with another. How could you do that to me? To us? My God, did you not ever love me? Dawn was so furious, she went over and slapped his face. You jerk, of course, I loved you. How could you think otherwise? I cried myself to sleep every night for years, missing you. Calvin scoffed. You must have stopped crying long enough to get pregnant. No, it was years before I could bring myself to be with anyone. She walked to her car and turned to look at Calvin. Now that I know what you really think about me, I'm leaving. He grabbed her arm and wouldn't let go. No, don't go. Dawn's shoulders shook when she broke down and started crying, covering her face with her hands. His heart was racing. Beads of sweat appeared on his face as the meaning behind her words sunk in. My God, you were carrying my baby. I'm so sorry. But why didn't you tell me we have a child? Where is it? Do we have a boy or girl? She sank down to the ground and wept. He sat down next to her. Dawn, he whispered her name. She reached up and touched his face, feeling the stubble that was growing there. A girl, a beautiful little girl. She started crying again. There was an empty spot in her heart that ached whenever she thought of her baby. Dawn, tell me what's wrong, he begged, fearing what she was about to tell him. She was born premature. She was so small and weak, died 2 hours later in my arms. Calvin stood when Dawn got up. He stood there, wanting to scream or cry, but no sound came out of his mouth. He had a daughter, a little girl he never knew about, one he would never have a chance to know. She reached into the car and pulled out her purse. Taking something out, threw the purse back in and handed Calvin a picture. It's our daughter. I named her Cal Fisher, after her daddy. For the longest time, all he did was stare at the tiny infant in the photo. She had the most beautiful face and pitch black hair, the same as his. In the picture, Dawn was holding her. She looked so sad and pale as she looked down at their baby. He pulled her into his arms, and they both cried together. He tore himself away and looked into her tear-stained eyes. It broke his heart to think she had to live with this all these years, and alone. If I had known, I would have found you. I'm so sorry. Calvin, I'm the one who needs to apologize to you. I should have found a way to get word to you. But my father. He laid a finger lightly on her lips. I know. Because of your father's lies, you must have hated me. I was hurt, but I never once hated you. I never stopped loving you. There were complications during the birth. I was told it would be impossible to have any more babies. Calvin drew her back into his arms, his face touching hers. I love you. Hell, we can always adopt. Dawn smiled up at him. You would be willing to do that, she asked, her eyes lighting up. When she smiled at him, it warmed his heart. In a heartbeat. Will you stay? He asked as he held her tight. And when she nodded her head, yes, he closed his eyes and thanked God. Getting down on one knee, he pulled a small box from his back pocket. He opened the box and revealed a beautiful diamond ring. Will you marry me, Dawn Haworth? Her hand flew to her mouth when she saw the large diamond. It's beautiful, but when did you buy it? He gave her a sly smile. The day you came back to town. So sure of yourself, weren't you? She laughed. Baby doll, I'm not a teenager anymore. Please don't keep me on my knees much longer. Will you be my wife? She thought her heart was going to burst from the happiness she was feeling, and she smiled. Yes, oh God, yes, I'll marry you. Getting off his knees, he slipped the ring on her finger. It was a perfect fit. Pulling her close, he lowered his lips onto hers, kissing her with such an intense, deep hunger. Dawn felt herself being crushed as his strong held her tight against him, but she didn't mind. Closing her eyes, returned his kiss with as much, if not more passion than he was giving her. After all these years, Calvin had finally gotten what he'd been wanting. Dawn. She was back in his life, and he was never going to let her go again. Chapter 29. Epilogue. 2 years later. Dawn stood in front of one of many of her pictures that hung in an art gallery in New York City. She wore a long black strapless dress. Her long blonde curls flowed down her back and shoulders. The gallery was showing some of her work. Many of the photos had already been sold, but Dawn had refused to sell one in particular. The one she had taken of Calvin by the river, where his legs were stretched out, shirt open and the hat pulled down, looking extremely SXY. It was her favorite picture. Dawn glanced over and saw a tall, gorgeous man in a tux watching her. He smiled and started walking towards her, turning away when back to admiring Calvin's photo. Reaching Dawn, the man stood next to her, looking at the photo that had a not for sale sign on it. "You aren't selling this one, why?" he asked, looking at her. "He's my husband. No one but myself will ever have him in their home, alive or in print." The man walked behind Dawn. Leaning over, his lips dangerously close to her neck, whispered to her, "Your husband is a very lucky man." Dawn could feel his warm breath on her neck. The smell of his aftershave was intoxicating, and she felt a wave of sexual desire sweep through her, right down to her inner core. She began breathing heavily as she spoke the next words. "No, sir, I am the lucky one." Then she felt his lips going to her neck, moving up and down slowly, leaving a trail of kisses. She moaned ever so quietly. Then he wrapped his arms around her waist, resting them on her very pregnant belly. She turned to face him, her cowboy. "Calvin, thank you for coming to New York with me for my show. I'd follow you anywhere, but I can't wait for us to go back home. Are you happy, my love?" Reaching up, she caressed his clean-shaven face. Seeing the love he had for her in his eyes, she felt all weepy. "Yes, I am so happy. I have you and our miracle baby." He moved a strand of hair that had fallen across her face. "I love you, baby doll." Dawn teared up. "I love you too. Oh, Calvin, I never thought I'd be able to have your baby." Calvin stopped her with a kiss. "We're getting everything we ever wanted, each other and a family. Now let's go back to our hotel room. I want to get out of this monkey suit. And more important, I want to take this dress off you." Not caring that there was a crowd, or who would see them, he pulled Dawn into his arms, giving her a long and passionate kiss.
If you enjoyed the story, please consider leaving a review to help others find the book.